I'll now call the Newton County Board of Commissioners FY 2027 Budget Workshop to order. I'll ask Commissioner Henderson if you'd have our invocation, and Commissioner Edwards if you would lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Number 3 on our agenda is Ms. Brittany White, our Finance Director.
Good morning. Today, during our budget workshop, we will be hearing from the elected officials as well as the appropriation request. So this morning, we'll be starting off with our elected officials. You do have a budget workshop book in front of you that has a summary of the request per department and then also a detailed request per department. So this morning, we're going to start off with our district attorney, and his information can be found starting on page 2 of your book.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank also, who's not here yet, but Mr. Bennett for moving his schedule around so I could go first this morning. First I want to start by thanking y'all, the commissioners. I know the last couple of years we've been before y'all talking about ADA pay, and that was greatly changed over the last couple of years. That has been very, very helpful to us. As you guys know, we historically have always been, Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, the big metro counties have been like this with us, and we're here. 21, 22, it kind of got like this, and that was a big problem, and that's been addressed in a big way. I'm just going to kind of focus on some of the substantial changes in my budget requests compared to last year. The first is in maintenance agreements, and that's the Axon contract. That is our digital evidence platform and e-discovery platform. I will say there was $34,000 in last year's fiscal year budget, but also in last year's calendar year budget, there was also an amount that was paid to Axon because that was the first year of the contract. So there's another $15,000 or so that was paid in January, February of 25, plus the 34 that was paid in August of 25. So it really last year was closer to $50,000, although it was separated across 2 fiscal years because of when we started the contract. The increase is increase of costs, but also increase in number of employees in the office as far as who needs access to Axon, and additional things that Axon is providing these days, which includes AI transcripts and numerous other video editing tools and things they do that we can use in trial. I'll tell you, for the calendar year of 2025, we uploaded 28.13 terabytes of data to Axon as far as our discovery, and that is an absurd amount of information, data, and discovery that we deal with every single year. And then we have to keep all of that for 25 years after the case is closed under our record for felonies, under our record retention laws. And so Axon is not just our digital evidence and our e-discovery platform, it's also our record retention platform. So that is a very necessary thing. I know when we first came before you guys a couple years ago about Axon, our IT department here and in Walton County were very much on board because it was saving them money, because they were just having to buy more and more server space for us every single year. So it is an increased cost, but it is savings on the IT budget. And that is just something that is just, frankly, is necessary nowadays with digital evidence. We get video. Every law enforcement agency has dash cam, body cam. There's surveillance video everywhere, social media records, cell phone dumps. If just using you guys as an example, if one of you commit a crime, and we get a search warrant for your phone, they dump the entire phone and that could be 180, 200 gigs of data. And then if you print it out in a report, that's a 200,000 page report that is impossible to go through unless you have it digitally. So this is not something that's sort of it is just a need, a necessity. Postage, we've gone up in that, and what I'll tell you is last year we budgeted $660 a month on postage. Our current use is $850 a month, which is almost a 25% increase. I guess a stamp is now, what, 78 cents, which is kind of crazy. That is also because we just have more court. We have a lot more court. I'll tell you, circuit-wide, so that counts Newton and Walton County, starting March 23rd, for 9 straight weeks, we have 17 weeks of trial in 9 weeks between the two counties. We are just very, very, very busy. Printing obviously has gone up too. Just when we mail out notices and subpoenas, we have to print them first, and so that's also the cost. Witness fees, we're already at 168% of our budget for this fiscal year. I'll tell you, when we have some of these big cases, we had a murder case that we tried in November. I don't know, y'all may remember Melvin Cooksey was a murder victim that was missing for a long time. That trial, travel alone, because we had to fly people from Louisiana and Texas, and then somebody drove from Wichita, Kansas, and we had multiple witnesses. After Ms. Knobloch killed Melvin Cooksey, she went on the run to Louisiana, was arrested there. So we had a lot of witnesses out of state. That trial alone in travel cost about $12,000. Now, that was a murder case. I'm going to be responsible. I'm not spending that kind of, if someone shoplifts from Walmart, we're not flying somebody back. But if it's a murder case, a child victim sex case, things like that, we're going to spend the money to prosecute those people. And so it's just gotten more expensive. Travel's been more expensive. We have these big cases. That's just what happens. Training also has gotten more expensive. Axon, we're wanting, because we have Axon, there's additional training for all of our employees to be able to attend some of those trainings to make sure they use the digital evidence and also the digital video editing tools that they can use so we can present things to a jury in a way that is just more persuasive. When you have these things that you can tie videos together with text and things like that, that is just y'all know this. I mean, when you're learning something, some people learn by hearing it, some people learn by seeing it. Everyone learns better if you do both, though. And so that's what these tools that this program has is really a big deal for us. And so those are sort of the big changes that, again, to me are all just things that are just very much necessities. As far as asks for new employees, I think the only additional position we're asking for is another assistant DA. The way we're set up right now, we have a couple ADAs. If we're fully staffed, we have someone working part-time while in law school and someone starting with us in August after law school. And so with that, we will be fully staffed when that person starts. Now that is, again, not till after law school and the bar exam. But with that, we need somebody then to be full-time in juvenile court. And the way we're staffed right now, we don't have that. We have Vanessa Weber, who's one of my Walton ADAs, who's probably she is the longest serving ADA in the entire circuit. She handles juvenile court in Walton, and she's been basically handling juvenile court in Walton and Newton counties for a period of time now. And so this ADA position would be someone that would be full-time assigned to juvenile court. Now, they would also do some additional things, and the ideal situation would be have someone in there that also, when juveniles are charged with adults, they could also help with those cases in Superior Court. You guys, I had put out something some months ago about changing the law last year that increased, the legislature passed a law that added additional crimes that if juveniles commit, they are automatically charged as adults. The big thing that was added is if you commit an aggravated assault with a firearm, even if someone doesn't die, you automatically get charged as an adult. So when you have these juveniles shooting at people and doing drive-by shootings, they're automatically charged as an adult. And I know we had a big problem with that here for the last 3 years or so with some of the gun violence. And so having somebody who can be in juvenile court, handle the cases in juvenile court, but also handle some of those is why we're asking for that additional position. And so otherwise, that's really the big substantial changes to the budget. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of those things or highlight anything or explain anything if need be.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you. Just curious, I spent 4 hours with the sheriff yesterday, and they have the Axion system too. And is any way that, I mean, I know you guys use it a little bit different than they do, but you know, we're paying a couple contracts over there, and we pay a couple contracts over here, so there's no integration there that we get a savings on?
Yes and no.
Okay.
What I'll explain as far as, because platform we're on is Axon Justice. When they, Axon is actually Taser is how they started, and they went on to body cams, and they realized probably 5-6 years ago, all those body cams for law enforcement they're storing have to get to us at some point. So it is a separate platform that they have. So I don't know if there'd be savings as far as the contract. I will tell you though, we move things so much faster with our sheriff's office having Axon. The warrants, when someone gets arrested, they upload the warrants to our office within 24 to 48 hours. And so we are getting case files from the sheriff's office. We open up our files within 24, 48 hours of someone being arrested, which means they get court dates quicker, cases move faster, which saves money in the long run, not kind of on the contract side, but overall for the jail efficiency and the court efficiency, it does. It also, when we open up the case file, all their body cam and dash cam, before we had Axon, they would send us a link, we'd have to download the video, and then upload the video to our server, and that took so much time. Now, Axon, they share their video with us, and it automatically goes into our case file automatically, where we don't have to do anything. As long as they label the case number correctly, and we open up with the right case number, it all just merges and meshes. And so, no, contract-wise, there's not gonna be savings, but the reality is there is a lot of savings in manpower and time and inmates, cost in the jail.
Thank you. With all the ICE detention centers coming up everywhere, is there communication between the ICE agents? I know we got one coming up in Social Circle, between them and district attorney office sharing information.
So I have not met with anybody with the federal government. I've met with the Walton County Sheriff's Office and Social Circle Police Department multiple times to discuss potential issues that may come up, including protests, but also, if things happen at the facility, jurisdictional issues and all that. So I think the Sheriff's Office, Social Circle Police Department has had some contact with the federal government. I don't know if it's as much as they would like to have, honestly. I think you're all shaking your heads yes. But I'll tell you, my office and Walton County Sheriff's Office and Social Circle Police Department have been meeting and discussing in our coming up with plans and procedures in case anything that planning ahead. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. So are there any additional costs that's attached to those communications?
I would hope from the DA's office side, no. I think the reality is if you have 10,000 people in a facility, there's going to be EMS calls and things like that won't affect my office too much. If there's additional crimes, I would hope it would be pretty minimal. I will say is those that have been sort of protesting lately have all been local individuals for the most part, and they have been in contact and have had good relationships with Social Circle Chief of Police and the Sheriff's Office so far. Hopefully that doesn't change, but to me it's not been a big issue so far as the DA's office side of things. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Prosecutor, I have a question, and I don't want to catch you off guard with this question. It's more or less an inquiry of where has the thought process started in terms of what AI can do for your office. I mean, what are we? So
yes, I will tell you is Lexis is our legal research service that we do. We did last year go to Lexis plus AI to maybe help with research. Now the thing that we can't do, in our world we see what the news that we look at, as far as legal news, there have been a lot of cases where attorneys have tried to use AI for research, and it makes up citations to cases that don't exist. And they file that with the courts and Supreme Court and Court of Appeals of Georgia. Now they're all getting fined and held in contempt and things. My view is with, say, Axon with transcripts, they have an AI transcribing program. So when we upload any video or audio whatsoever to Axon, it can spit out a transcript within a few seconds for us. Now that transcript honestly is accurate if you are people that are talking articulately and not talking over each other, but it is still a huge starting point. Because if we have say you have a 3-4 hour interview, there's going to be downtime and dead time in that. And the way the system works is you can literally you can hit Control F and search for specific words, and then click on that word and it'll go to that specific part of the video for us. So that is something that is helping. We've tried to use it to summarize some trial transcripts. The problem is there's a lot of, I'll tell you, AI is not going to summarize a child molestation or rape trial for us because it's going to say that it goes against our community guidelines. And so we tried that, and ChatGPT said we're not doing that. So it is something that I think the legal community in general is starting to try to think about and deal with, but we're not there yet, really.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious as how maybe the court system has attempted to make use to improve efficiency, cost efficiency within the office. And I'm sure it's early on, so we may be seeing some of that later on for any department for that matter. But
Yes,
just checking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, last couple of years, do you know maybe the possible increases in your cases off the top of your head, or you may have it?
I know this calendar year, it's easier for me to kind of run the things by calendar year. I'll say 2025 did have less cases than 2024 overall in Newton County. And Walton County had increased, and Newton County had decreased. That's probably for various reasons. I will say my hesitation with going off case count is a single case. If an ADA has 250 cases assigned to them 5 years ago, that is vastly different than 250 cases assigned to them nowadays with the amount of data and information that every case has. But we did have a small decrease in the overall number of cases that came into my office calendar year from 25 compared to 24. Thank you all very much. Y'all have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Next, we have Superior Court. I believe that is Judge Zahn. It's Chief Judge Zahn, I believe.
It is Chief Judge Zahn. But that is a little misleading because it does not come with additional pay. It comes with additional headaches.
Is that what you're asking for today?
No. No, I am not. In fact, I think y'all will be pleased to know that our budget request has decreased by almost $100,000. And one of the reasons is because we are paying the court reporters differently than we had in the past. We were paying the court reporters a per diem for every day that they showed up in court, and then they also got paid for the actual pages of the transcripts. And they wanted to move to a different compensation plan because they were a combination of W-2 and what's the other one? 1099. So now they're salaried, and Newton and Walton County both give them a $25,000 salary, so they get a total of $50,000 in salary, and then they charge for the pages. So they're not getting the per diems, and they're not getting, so we decreased the court reporter line item by about $100,000. It went from $390 to $300. And that still is probably going to have a lot of cushion. So we're only halfway through this new pay plan for them. We started it in July. So I want to have enough money there, but so it may be that we're still have a good chunk more to return. So I took $90,000 out of that, and then in addition to that, we got rid of another, and that is line item 52,200. No, it's 52,1310. So that one went from 390 to 300, and then we also eliminated the court reporter supplies, which is another 10,000, and that's 53,1110. So, because they're no longer getting supplies, we were also providing a check to each court reporter each month for updates to their software and things of that nature for their equipment that they travel with. So that's a decrease there. And so the only thing that I know we requested from a capital project standpoint is carpet. The new courtrooms, or the newest courtroom, is okay right now, but we need carpet in courtrooms 1 through 3. If you get a chance and you're over there, just take a look. If if you think we're being kind of picky, there's just a lot of traffic. As Mr. McGinley, DA McGinley just shared, we have so many trials now, we have so many court dates, and there's just a lot of foot traffic back in and out of that courtroom. We try to keep the rules that you're not supposed to bring anything in there but maybe water. But that's, you know, that's kind of hard to enforce because everybody brings it in those Yeti things now, or the whatever there's a new cooler one besides the Yeti. I don't know what it's called, but all the Stanley. All the cool kids have the Stanleys. So you don't know what's in it, and when they spill, there's Coke, there's coffee, there's things of that nature. So we got Jason Johnson to get us quotes last year, and we got it from Mike's floor covering, I believe, but it's $21,000, and that's a quote from 2025, so we just put it at a $25,000 number, thinking that maybe there's a little bit of increase in cost. So that would be for courtrooms 1 through 3. Other than that, the only position that we have asked for, it would be split between Newton and Walton. I actually had my budget presentation in Walton, was it Monday of this week? Tuesday. And so that's for a court administrator. And Ms. Hayes and Madam Clerk would know a little bit more about what that position entails. We have a district court administrator, so Newton and Walton County, we're in the 11th Judicial Circuit, and that's comprised of a lot of the counties here in northeast Georgia. So it goes all the way up to the mountains. You got Athens, you got the Barrow, which is Piedmont Judicial Circuit, our circuit. We're all in this one big circuit, and we have a court administrator who does a lot of things to help all of us on a day-to-day basis, week-to-week basis. We are asking for a court administrator for our 2 counties for our judicial circuit. And one of the reasons is kind of where we started out with all the responsibilities that the chief judge has, which Judge Wynn has very eagerly passed on to me, even though his retirement is at the end of this month. But the budget, the personnel issues with the court reporters, leave policies with the court reporters. Basically, each judge has 3 employees that work for them. Their court reporter, their judicial assistant, which mine's Miss Christy Bradford, who's sitting behind me in case you've emailed her with her or saw her name and haven't had a chance to meet her, and then our staff attorney, our law clerk. By far, probably the more difficult in terms of management is with our court reporters, because the staff attorneys are just there every day. Court reporters, particularly with all the amount of court, they're having to juggle back and forth with getting subs and getting approval for us before we allow them to hire a sub, because we want them to go internally and look for another judge's court reporter that's already being paid on the payroll before we provide them that contract labor that they want to sub out. So there's all kinds of responsibilities that each of us are sort of divvying up right now. For example, this past year, Judge Morris took on the IT, and we upgraded all the IT in all the courtrooms. A lot of that was from ARPA grant funds. We now have pretty state-of-the-art technology. We're still working out some bugs, but that's in both of the courtrooms. So he worked on that. I worked on the court reporter compensation plan. Judge McCamey's working on some other things related to the court reporters in terms of their personnel policies. Judge Wynn had his own project. So we all were doing all these other things, but we've all have so much court now that, in theory, when I started in 2020, the way it was supposed to be was that we had 1 week in court, 2 days in Newton, 2 days in Walton, and then we had the next week to be in the office and get caught up and do orders and things like that. That's almost never happening now. Now we're just in court all the time. Sometimes for weeks without much of a break, maybe an afternoon or so. So getting to have the time to then get caught up on orders, which we're required to do in a certain timeline, or rule on motions for new trial, which we're required to do, and things like that, which affects people's rights, right? It affects their justice and their access to the court system. So we want to be able to focus on being a judge and judging, and not doing all the administrative things that come with just getting bigger and being busier. So this position, we sent a classification in. TJ, our court administrator, has taken a look at it because Walton County uses the Condrey questionnaire format for the way that they set up, I guess, the schedule of where this person would be classified. And the Newton County form was different. So Walton's County has already come out with and I don't know if the numbers are equivalent over here, but a pay grade at like 21 or something like that, which I think puts that pay at like 80, somewhere between 85, something like that. TJ's opinion is that we need to get it up higher to about 100,000. So I think we put in the pay range between 85 to maybe 125 or something of that nature based on experience. But we are looking for somebody who has, you know, master's degree in either public administration or court administration, somebody that is qualified and is going to be able to help us from day one get in and do all the administrative things for the running of the court. And that includes things like dealing with these contractors that we've been dealing with on the IT. Judge Morris has spent probably as much time off the bench working with the IT that he has on the bench. I don't know how he's done it this year. It's been a lot. And that would be split between the two counties. And Walton County asked me on Tuesday when we would know about over here, because they're prepared to fully fund it and have Newton reimburse. So obviously, if y'all approve that, it would be somewhere around $50,000 for that position, with Walton County paying the other half. And we could obviously, if need be, we could even start that position mid-year in January if y'all are not able to fund it in July. But we would love that. It would take a lot of pressure off of us to try to get things done and be timely with all the administrative responsibilities that we have as well.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I'm just concerned that you don't have a increase in, and this is really out of character for me to say that somebody needs more money in their budget, in your employee budget. So just check that, make sure that number's right. Talking about adding that other person, which I think is something that you guys need. You're only showing an increase from like $9,000 in payroll, but so just check that, make sure. Is that the one that we're having to correct?
There's going to be no new positions.
Oh.
And this is
Oh yeah,
just
we moved it
current
over, right?
employees.
Okay, good. I was just making sure. I was like, I don't want you to be short and not get that person. Thank you.
Can't get much for 9,000, can we?
No, nothing for 9,000.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Zahan, for coming and doing the presentation. Quick question. I know that here recently we merged, or I guess brought together, Veterans Court and Drug Court. How has that impacted this budget for you by now not having that separate Veterans Court any longer?
It doesn't impact the Newton County budget right now because Judge McCamey, who is now going to be taking over Judge Wayne's Drug Court and merging her Veterans Court, she's going to be losing some of her grant funding on the Veterans Court side from the state, but by combining it, which is what they're encouraging us to do, to combine resources, don't have all these separate accountability courts, but try to work as closely with the other courts as possible, we're going to be able to maintain, the Veterans Court was so small that adding those additional numbers to the drug court is not going to be a problem in terms of funding. Now, since I have your attention, it's not something that's on the budget, but I did send an email yesterday to our county manager, Mr. Brown. I wanted to just drop this little nugget because I'm here in person. So we applied with the accountability court that I run, which is a resource court, mental health court, we applied for a grant that would allow us to have our own drug lab. And when you think of drug lab, you think of like, you know, Bunsen burners and beakers and all the stuff we had in our science class with, you know, frogs being dissected and all that. This is literally something that is smaller than this top piece of this podium. It's about the size of a printer, a large printer. And it would be a machine, a laptop, a refrigerator to put the urine samples in, and then the cups and the gloves. So if we get the grant, what we're asking to do is to be able to hire some part-time lab staff. Currently what we're doing is we pay the deputies that work for the Sheriff's Department overtime. So our deputies are going out at night or after hours or during the day, and they're collecting these urine samples, and we're paying them at the rate of about $44 to $47 an hour, depending on the deputy's grade or level of experience, to go out and collect somebody's urine. Not a really great use of resources. We could hire these lab people for like $20 an hour or whatever the rate is, but half of that at least. And they would just be collecting the urine samples at set hours during the day, because all of our participants are required to be tested multiple times a week, randomly, to be in best practices and best standards and for us to be able to keep these grants. So we're looking for a spot, if anybody knows of any great spots in any of our county buildings. We don't have any spots in our courthouse right now. We have all of our accountability staff downstairs. So the court coordinators and case managers for drug court, parental accountability court, and resource court are down in the basement right now. All we need is a little, like a closet size space. So we were proposing perhaps putting it down there. The issues with that would be, one, I wanted to make sure y'all knew when we said we're putting a lab that we're not gonna blow up the courthouse. It's not chemicals, it's just people peeing, urinating in cups and us testing that. Secondly, the other concern that I can understand people might have would be the traffic coming in the building to go downstairs, because they have to come through security, of course. And so I don't know, how much that might increase traffic. They're coming in anyway and meeting with our case managers and coordinators downstairs on the regular every week, because they're supposed to be checking in, presenting their, assignments and things, their plans, all the things that they're required to do. They have to check in every week in person. So they're already coming in. That might increase a little bit more of the traffic if we were to do that. We would then have the issue of how do we do weekend samples, which we couldn't do here. Also looking to see if there's a space at the jail. We're open. We don't care. We don't know if we're going to get the grant. We hope that we're going to get the grant. We've applied for it independently and in our CACJ grant, because we want to be better about consistently but randomly testing our participants and not having our bailiffs or bailiffs/deputies going out in the middle of the night and collecting urine from people. It just seems like not a good use of resources. So I'm just putting that on the radar, that if we do get that grant, I'll be back to ask for approval. My understanding is, even though it will be grant funded, in order to have the positions, I have to come in front of the board to get approval for the positions, even though it won't cost the county anything. And then the second issue is just the space. But I didn't want word to get around like, they're trying to put a lab in the basement and, drug addicts are going to be coming through the courthouse. We hardly ever have a positive screen. I mean, believe it or not, there's a lot of things that we deal with them as far as problems in our program, but their screenings, almost 95% of the time, they're negative. So you wouldn't see a bunch of people coming in here high and causing problems and disruptions. But I could also understand if you would prefer it to not be in this space, but I'd be open to know if there's any other space. I have Jason Johnson looking into that as well to see where we might have a tiny little office. We just need to be locked and secured for chain of custody, and a refrigerator that works, and a little machine. So.
Well, thank you, Judge, for bringing that up, because, of course, I've been honored to sit on the Resource Court Committee.
Advisory board, yes.
Advisory board. And so just to be able to sit on that advisory board and hear what you all are doing, how you're doing it, and to see the amazing testimonies that come from the work that is being done from the resource court, I think having that lab will be a major asset. And like how you said, now we're paying $44 to $47 an hour for, someone to go out and retrieve those samples. Whereas if we had it in-house, we can save over half of that. And like you said, there's not going to be anybody that's coming in that's causing any interruptions or major distractions or issues to the location wherever it's located. So of course, when we had that conversation through the advisory board, I did drop that into our county manager's ear to kind of help us find a location. And so I'm glad to hear that now.
And I sent him pictures yesterday, and he can
Okay,
forward that to
good.
y'all if you have any questions, because I wanted him to actually see what it looks like, because you just think I think of like the GBI crime, huge.
Right.
Lab is a very interesting term. It's a computer basically that analyzes the urine. And I will say one of the justification for the lab, aside from the cost aspect of it, is because right now the participants are very limited in their availability to be screened. So when they wake up in the morning, they have an app on their phone and it says, okay, it's your day. You got to go give a screen today by such and such time. If we're encouraging them when they get in our program to go get a job, and we're requiring them to do all that. It's very hard to find employers that are going to work with you to say, sorry, I got to go take a drug screen, you know. So we want this to provide them more windows. So the $20 an hour staff member could say, okay, I'm open from 9 to 12, or I'm open from 3 to 5. Here's your opportunity to work it around your work schedule. And so it's better for the participants in order to keep employment, because we keep getting folks that get hired, and then once they start having to go do the drug screens, their boss fires them. And so, so if you know of anybody that would work with us that are employers in our community, we would love that too.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's been a long time from district attorney to now chief judge. Congratulations. I've kind of been out doing everything, but I didn't know
It has
that.
been 26 years since I've been with the county.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm growing up here with all of you. So
Yeah, there you go. You see, it's
I'm
good.
getting old.
Hey, it's good to get old and dead.
That's true.
But downstairs, I think that's what you were referring to, maybe possible little drug lab or space. I know one while we were having problems downstairs with, it's not carbon dioxide, but it's another gas, because we had put some of those little things. Yeah, that's it. Radon.
Radon gas.
Yes, and so it's.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Radon gas down.
Radon. We have radon.
Yeah, because I was concerned about that a few years back, and because they were
Hope
using
not.
it, and we make people, you know, when an old building like this, I guess set up in some kind of gas bip in it, and so we put some detectors down there, and that would detect it down there. So I just want to just make you aware of downstairs.
Well, I'm sure your fellow commissioner that's in real estate knows how to get radon mitigation if we need it.
Yeah, Leah can do it.
Yeah. Well, if there's radon, then we should. That's a separate issue. But yes, we and there is an entry downstairs, and I know for security, we would not let them just come in through the bottom downstairs without coming through security. So I mean, all of the security is number one. I know for everybody who works in this building and any of the public who use the building. And if this building doesn't work, we'll find another place. I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Commissioner Cooper.
Judge Dunn, I appreciate you. So I guess I was one of those $47 hour deputy went out and but it is an excellent program and you can actually see different and I don't recall finding a positive drug screen. So, but I just want to say thank you.
Yes, thank you. It works. I mean, their day. I had court yesterday, and it's the biggest swing of emotions when I'm on top of the mountain with one person. I jump off the bench. It's very different from regular court. I hug them, I high five them. They're doing great. They're turning their life around. And the next person, I'm having to get on them, and I just walk out of there like, you know, there's the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. So it is a blessing, but it's tough work, but we're really all very behind our accountability courts in our county. So thank y'all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Wait a second, Judge. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Next, we have our Clerk of Superior Court. Good morning.
I am not asking for a lot. I think that my budget is pretty much the same. It's within the previous year's budgets. Last year, I did hire an evidence technician, a part-time evidence technician, to get all of the evidence that we have to keep. You heard Mr. McGinley stating that we have court more and more each week now. So that is one of the changes that I've made, is to hire someone to keep control of the evidence. There's also evidence downstairs in the basement. I have a concern about it not being totally secured, as you heard Chief Judge stating that, you know, they wanted to put a lab down there. Well, when you keep court evidence, it has to everyone can't have access, even if it's in the same room. And I think we have a padlock on the evidence downstairs now. That is not secure. If someone wanted to climb over that, they could. So that is one of the things that I want to look at changing. As I stated, the budget has not changed that much. I have not saved my office $100,000. However, I have been able to renegotiate contracts as far as the software that we use. That was, I would say, about $12,000 a year with one of our vendors we've saved. Like I say, nothing much has changed. One thing that I am doing now is cross-training everyone in the office. It was everyone stuck with one division, and I am now in the process of having everyone cross-trained so that they can pitch in other departments that I have. I did have one employee to leave in January. I have not replaced her yet because we are in the process of cross-training. So if I could, I just don't want to stick somebody in just because there's a position open. I want to see how we can all work together to get to maybe not even replace her, because I want everybody to know everything about the 3 different departments, or the 4, including the Board of Equalization. I want everyone to be able to step up and pitch in when needed, and that's what I'm currently working on. I don't have a whole lot to say, so if you guys have questions about the budget that has been proposed, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It is refreshing to hear somebody in government saying we're not going to add somebody. If we can't, my whole thing this year on budget, since we are being faced with so much talk of getting rid of property taxes, which blows everybody in government's mind, because you have to have somewhere to pay for. When people want excellent services, we have to pay for those services somehow, and it's either going to be a switch and bait situation where you may lose your property taxes, but you're going to have 2.5 penny more sales tax on everything you buy. So it's an election year. That's all I can say about that. But I do appreciate, and that's one of the things that I have been trying to talk to departments about, is how can we find to do our job more efficient instead of just adding people. I think that's the frustration I have with government. I own a small business. I run it lean and mean because I'm just not going to pay for people that are not doing the job. I know we have a lot of great employees here, but I think it is great to cross-train where you can have people that can take on more responsibility. Some people want more responsibility. Some people don't even want to come to work, so we understand that too. But just knowing that you're trying to tighten up your budget, tighten up your department, so we can make sure that we run this county as efficiently as we can. Most of us all live in this county and pay taxes in this county. So we definitely up here, we do, and I'm sure I know you do, but we want to make sure that we can save any way we can. The seniors, everybody, we talk about this all the time. It's a balance, and I appreciate anything that any department head or any elected official can do to help us do that balance.
Yes,
I appreciate it very much for your presentation.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I thought that was phenomenal to hear that you have gone back in and looked at those vendor contracts and renegotiated those contracts. I think a lot of times we miss that opportunity throughout our departments because we have so many different contractual things that we need. And sometimes we miss that opportunity to go back and really look at those contracts and say, hey, do I really need, this consultant? Do I really need this vendor? And if so, if it is a major need, hey, how can you help us help our budget? And so I just want to say thank you for being able to save that $12,000 by renegotiating those contracts. And sometimes that's another opportunity where if by some chance we did need to have an additional something in your department, well, now you've saved those funds, and so now you can redirect those funds in a different direction that would better enhance your department. So I just want to say thank you for doing that.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
The $12,000 is going forward. When I took office day one, I asked my criminal department, how can we improve with the amount of paperwork that we have in the systems? Well, the sheriff's department and our system were not talking, so when we're dealing with warrants, the sheriff's department would have to deliver the warrants, we'd have to enter it into the system. Well, I worked with Peach Court, and they were able, we saved, I know for 8 months, I had Peach Court working with Eagle and the sheriff's department. That saved about $5,600 for 8 months. So I did save, a little bit more, but now they're working together. It's easier or less time consuming for my employees. So.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank James for taking us over to your office. I think all of us, and we walked around and we seen exactly what the needs are over at your office. And I understand that we want to save money.
Yes.
And like every commissioner up here, I want to save money. And that's what we're supposed to do. But I also want to maintain the level of service that everybody has enjoyed over the years. When you come in on a smile and, because it makes us all look good. Makes us look good, makes you look good. And in front of people who have to come from outside of the county, and they would tell you, oh, I think y'all got it going over there. So we need a clerk like y'all have. And it makes the entire county look good. And we're only as good as the information that, the way that we are perceived to the person that's coming in. And I like to just thank you for the job that you're doing over there.
Well, thank you so much. And Ms. Hayes, everyone still asks about you, and I try to stay at your go above your standards, which is, you did a phenomenal job there. And I'm so appreciative that I have the staff that, customer service is everything to me. So she set the bar, and I appreciate that. And one other little bitty thing. So with my evidence room, it is not very big, but it is organized and the space is utilized to its capacity. I was going to get with Jason to see about expanding it. I don't think that it would cost too much more to expand that evidence room, because we have to keep things for so many years. I think it would be a great investment to just expand that room. Currently, we have boxes that are ready to go over to the new, the building across the street. I know there's at least well over 150 boxes. Number one, it's a safety concern. Those boxes shouldn't be on the floor, number one, but we need to get those moved over to the other location, expand the evidence room, and the office will just flow better. It will look better. It'll make you feel better when you come to work, when you're in a nice and safe environment. So I'm thinking I don't know if that would come out of my budget to expand, or if it would come out of Jason's budget to expand, just adding a wall, not necessarily knocking anything down, but it should be a simple process just to add a wall and make that, can make it secure, just as secure as it currently is. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Judge Bell, Probate Magistrate Courts.
Good morning, everybody. I want to apologize in advance for the tennis shoes. I'm having a little bone spur issue, so don't usually wear tennis shoes with dresses. Thank you. I asked Brittany for some more time this year, because every year I am forced into the same time slot as one department gets. And I have been beating the same drum since 2017. We are two different courts who have very different responsibilities and very different needs. So I want to have time to talk about each court. I also, for some of you, this may be a repeat, but I feel like everybody needs to know what we do, because in all candor, I get questions from Superior Court all the time about things that they didn't realize I did until they started looking. So even our highest level of courts, they don't know what we do, which means I wouldn't expect the average citizen to know what we do. So that's our mission statement. You have that though. We have criminal jurisdiction here. Probate court is the traffic court for Newton County. So any traffic citations issued by Newton County Sheriff's Office deputies or Georgia State Patrol troopers come to my court unless it's the City of Covington, City of Oxford, or City of Porterdale. Obviously, City of Covington has the second biggest because so many people are traveling through. And we have now two clerks who are devoted to traffic. Right now, we're getting by. We do have the other 5 clerks in the office who assist with traffic. I felt like a lot of my people were already cross-trained, but I have already done that in the first 2 years of being in office. Everyone in both courts knows how to do everyone else's jobs, but there's just a lot of work. You can see our traffic citations. We average over 5,000 a year. What I can really tell you that we feel it more is we used to have what we do is we have 3 arraignment court dates a month on Tuesdays, and then we have a trial date, bench trial date, one time a month, where we have to bring in all the deputies and troopers where the people want trials. Our arraignment calendars used to be around 200. They are now, we do not have one less than 300. We are commonly having calendars with, and that's not citations, that's defendants. So one defendant could have 4 or 5 citations, which is why I say that. 300 is standard. 350 is becoming a little too standard for our liking. So while I have 2 clerks who are devoted to court, every clerk has to enter traffic citations. Judge Bryant and I have personally been up here entering traffic citations because we have to stay on top of these things. This is obviously an area where if we get something wrong, I can be sued and the county can be sued because we don't transmit the correct information to DDS. Someone goes to jail on a suspended license that's not supposed to be suspended. Oddly enough, people like to sue about that. So that's our criminal jurisdiction currently. If there is a state court in the county, that would then go up to state court at that time. But that's where we currently stand. Newton County's never had a state court, and so that's what we're looking at. The sheriff has done a lot of work with the heat unit, which is wonderful for protecting our roads, but that just adds more and more people to the calendars. And you may think it's traffic, but don't people just go online and pay? Some people do. A lot of people don't because they're smart enough to know that's a bad idea. And that's a bad idea because a lot of times you need to come in and enter a NOLO plea to protect your license from points, to protect your license from suspension. You may not know if you forget to pay your registration over with Mr. Bennett. Very quickly, he will notify the state. The state will suspend your registration. Your vehicle is no longer registered, and your insurance gets canceled. This happened to my sister-in-law once because my brother sent the mortgage payment to the insurance company and sent the insurance payment to the mortgage company. And she didn't know until she got pulled over into DeKalb County. And she went to court and she was just gonna plead guilty, and the judge said, you do understand if you plead guilty today, your license will be suspended automatically. As you can imagine, I got a very concerned phone call. So because of that, there are things, it is a criminal court. I always tell people we don't deal with criminals, but we are in a criminal court. And so the biggest thing people are worried about in my court, there's not a lot of jail time except on, say, DUIs or fleeing and eluding, but there are a lot of license consequences, whether it's points or suspensions, and there's a lot of insurance concerns. So for example, if you do what I know no one in this horseshoe does, which is touch your phone while you're driving, because you know it's not texting while driving, it is hands-free in Georgia. If you touch it and a deputy or trooper sees it, they'll issue a citation. It's only $50. Most people go online and pay it. They don't realize until the next 6 months when their insurance can go up by 50% all about hands-free, because that's something that insurance companies are very big on, because what they're showing is all the research is starting to show a distracted driver is as dangerous as a driver who is under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So insurance companies are responding to that. So now people are learning that, they come to court. They just want to plead nolo, they're going to pay their citation, but I have to take a plea from them. The problem with that is that takes time. I have to go through the same plea colloquy with them that you would do when I was in Superior Court and prosecuting murder cases, because the law says every criminal defendant has certain rights and you have to go over them on the record with them. So everybody that's coming in and pleading even nolo, it takes a lot of time. The traffic citations are supposed to pull from Eagle into our case management system. They do for the most part. We still have to go back and double check every single one of them. Because for example, on DUI, if we transmit a per se, which is 0.08, versus a less safe, there are way different consequences for that driver. And so we have to make sure that we're getting it right every time. So that's our criminal jurisdiction. Civil, y'all think about wills and administrations. That's what everybody thinks about in probate court, which is true. That's our estates. We have trust litigation, and that is increasing because everybody in Atlanta will tell you, you have to have a trust. You don't want to probate anything. You need a trust. Get with me on that. If you don't have $1 million, you are wasting your time and money, I can promise you. And so what the judges are doing across the state is dealing with people who create trust, and the trusts are actually more harmful than just what we call intestate distribution, meaning if the person died without a will, the way things get split up amongst the heirs. And so people have made a lot of money off of, you need a trust, and a trust will protect you, and we're dealing with a lot of litigation from that. We do temporary minor guardianships. That is when a parent or parents are unable to care for their child, and another friend or family member is going to take over guardianship for them. That can happen. Some of the ones I can think of that are currently open. I have a mom that is deployed in the Middle East prior to the most recent military actions. And so her mother has custody of her 2 girls, or guardianship of her 2 girls. A lot of times it's if parents are going to prison or rehab, they'll sign over guardianship to a relative. And unfortunately, we have kids that go through with us, they get a temporary guardian, at 6 months, 8 months, and that person is their guardian until they turn 18. That's just a sad fact of life across the state. Minor conservatorships, you may think, how many minors get money? A lot, because if a minor is involved in a car wreck and gets injured, if a minor has a slip and fall, if a minor receives an inheritance from a relative, which happens pretty frequently from grandparents. Children are obviously not allowed to manage their own money, and their parents cannot manage it at a certain amount. That amount has risen up to $25,000, but what we find is most insurance companies are freaked out by that, and so they require a conservatorship anyway. That's because you would be shocked at how many parents that have access to their children's money outside of a conservatorship squander that money. And I'm talking about lots and lots of money. Even in conservatorships, I've had to put people in jail. I've had to refer stuff for prosecution because money it changes people. And then we do adult guardianships and conservatorships. Those take place when an adult can no longer care for themselves or their money. This is typically going to be one of two things. We have a lot of young people who are under them. These are our special needs adults who are turning 18. I go and speak to the school system once a year and explain that process to them, because when your child with Down syndrome turns 18, they make all decisions for themselves. When your child with cerebral palsy who's in a wheelchair and nonverbal, at 18, you cannot make decisions for them. Because of litigation against doctors, most doctors have got, it used to be, oh, I mean, I know he has cerebral palsy. I know she has Down syndrome. You're fine. Doctors can't do that anymore because the law is very clear, and they can and have been sued. So we deal a lot with those because a lot of them aren't capable of making decisions for themselves. Then we get the other side of the spectrum. As people age, obviously short-term memory starts to go bad on all of us. I keep joking, I turned 50 and I can't remember anything anymore. But obviously dementia is real, and it's out there, and as people age, that happens. They also become physically disabled and incapacitated, from like strokes and things like that. So our job is not only to put them under these guardianships and conservatorships, but we have to supervise those. There are reports that have to be made every year, and we have to keep track of them because, again, that can carry a lot of liability. Our civil jurisdiction, I have my chief clerk, Marsha Wynn. She is currently doing all the adult guardianships and conservatorships, temporary minor guardianships, and minor conservatorships. I have one estate clerk who does all of the wills and administrations, and we have a fiduciary compliance clerk who I may or may not have stole from Brittany a couple years ago, and she does that compliance. Are they filing the reports? Is this money adding up? Are they buying things that seem questionable? People think that, Grandma used to always pay for the family vacation, so she should keep doing that now, and she should fly us all first class. And again, money changes people. Other things we do, I am the vital records custodian for the county. That's birth and death records. We issue marriage licenses. People come from other counties, even now, to get their marriage licenses with us. People literally drive from Atlanta because we're easier and we're more helpful. That's just the reality. Weapons carry licenses you're familiar with, we still do them, and that's because while there is constitutional carry in the state of Georgia, there's no reciprocity with another state. So if you can conceal carry here in Georgia, because you would carry for a weapons carry license, that's great. But as soon as you cross into South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, Florida, you may be violating the state laws. The way to not have that happen is to get a weapons carry license. It always makes things much easier also when you're buying, because you've been through an FBI background check to get your weapons carry licenses. Then because of that, you can buy without the waiting period to buy guns. Also, we do orders to apprehend. People will refer to these as 1013s. That's not what I do. That's what doctors do. But if two people come to me about a friend or a family member who is a danger to themselves or others, and they've seen that behavior in the last 48 hours, we can issue an order directing the Sheriff's Department to pick that person up and deliver them to Georgia Regional on Panthersville to have them evaluated. Some of those people Georgia Regional doesn't keep. I have learned that if there is any drug use at all, which is incredibly common in mental health issues, they say it's all drugs, not mental health. They send them right back out the door. That is what it is. Our mental health system in Georgia is a struggle. Some people have suicidal ideations, but we have a lot of people who on the day-to-day basis are seeing and hearing things that are not there. Some of those people are interacting with those delusions, and they're just kind of the weird uncle or something like that. But the last one I signed was a woman who believes she has different personalities. They're obviously delusions, but She talks to them out loud. She tells them what she's going to do to them, which is kill them. And then she'll also talk as if she is that person and talk about how she's going to stab this person in the house and burn this one alive and things like that. So we are a resource in the community for people. These are people who won't go to the hospital. You can go to the hospital voluntarily and say, hey, I'm having problems. Most people with mental health issues, to the point that they're now a danger to themselves or others, they're not capable of doing that because they're not capable of understanding what's going on. In the probate budget, I have quite a few budget requests, and I greatly appreciate Commissioner Long's position, and I agree with it. I have, hopefully Brittany would back me up, I have always kept a very, very close tabs on my budget. We don't buy things we do not need. We share expenses when we can between probate and magistrate, because that can save money. We do that with our case management system, actually. And so I do everything I can to keep the budget low. I have personally, and my husband have worked in government our whole lives. I've worked for Newton County in that building this is my 26th year. But I understand what a good government worker is, and they work hard. They know that they may get less pay, but the benefits are good, and they want to serve their communities. I am requesting a new clerk to assist with estates. My estates clerk, Liberty, cannot keep up. Now, if I showed you, I didn't do the numbers because I'm going to show you, I'd show you the numbers and say, hey, we have about 500 estates, and you would say, what is wrong with you? Why can't you do that? I have a trial next Friday, and this is the file. And the case has been going on since 2022. That's what estates are. Litigation has skyrocketed post-COVID. Every time we go to our annual training, every judge is saying, I'm doing way more hearings, way more trials. They're going through depositions. We're sending them to mediation. All probate cases have become much more controversial, and there's no more just, of course, this is what mom wanted. It's an interesting phenomenon. I can't really explain it, but it is a fact of what we're dealing with. So the way I always explain the difference between magistrate files and probate files is magistrate files tend to be very thin, and they don't have many touches, meaning they file, either someone answers and we get them on calendar quickly, or they can't get the person served and they dismiss, or the person doesn't file an answer and we do a default judgment. So we have an incredible number of cases, but they don't require a lot of touches by the clerks. The front end work is very busy, and then it's just kind of keeping up. Estates are not like that. Estates require a lot of touching. The files are huge, and the clerks have to stay on top, or my clerk has to stay on top. Of course she gets help. Everyone helps everyone in my office, but primarily Liberty is the one who does all that. I get great feedback from the attorneys and the people. They love her, and she's doing a great job, but she can only do so much. As far as estates, I went to a training in January, and it was about estate planning because another longer term judge said they always do trust training there, and trusts are a little bit out of my wheelhouse. And so one of the first things they started talking about in that training is what is happening with deaths of boomers, the greatest generation. So in 2015, there were 2.7 million annual deaths in the United States. Because of the large number of the boomer generation, that is expected to be 3.6 million a year by 2037. Boomers are living longer because they're living in a time where we know more about medication and exercise and food, but then that leads to a lot more guardianships because their minds still can only go so far. But also we're just having, and we've seen it here, like the deaths have gone up, and it's just a unfortunate fact. Again, nothing we can control, but that's part of what is leading us to that issue. I'm requesting cubicles in both offices for those of you who came and saw my office, the cubicles in there are from 1999. They are falling apart. We have metal pieces laying everywhere, and they're not configured in a very helpful way. We can fit a lot more workspace in that area if we can have new cubicles. I know those are expensive, but you're gonna hear me say space about 1,500 times. And I don't know if it was Judge Zahn or Judge McCamey who spoke to y'all. I presume that she said the same thing. She and I have had a lot of conversations since she became the chief judge on March 1st. We need space. The courthouse is full, and my portion of the courthouse, which has received the least amount of renovations, is too full. We cannot stay where we are. I have been talking for years to some of you individually, to county managers, and saying you've got to find space. We cannot function this way anymore. We need to replace our fingerprint machine. I came before the board in August of 2017 and got permission to buy a fingerprint machine for our weapons carry licenses. That's because by law, the sheriff had 30 days to run those criminal histories for us. Well, as you imagine, that is not top of his, not his focus every day for his admin staff. They're trying to deal with jail, they're trying to deal with people calling about warrants, all those sorts of things. So it was taking usually that full 30 days. The average time to receive a weapons carry license in 2017 when I took office was somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks. After we got the fingerprint machine, and ever since then, it's usually maximum 2 weeks. Obviously that makes people happy. It moves people through more quickly, but it is technology. We have been working with Eagle, which provides our services and our machine, our IT, and then our case management IT to try and keep this thing running. And the last time I spoke to Eagle, they gave me the head of the company, and she said, you need a new machine, Judge. Like, you've been putting this off for a couple years. It has to happen. It's $15,000. It is not cheap. Those things are not cheap. They aren't. But my other option is within the calendar year of 2026, that machine will stop operating if not replaced, and we will have to go back to sending people to the sheriff's department to be fingerprinted. My traffic court, we do not have the assistance of the public defender or the DA's office. The law allows them to decline, and they have done so. I pay one private attorney to be my solicitor, the person who is trying the cases. We didn't have that when I started, which is incredibly illegal. I also pay 2 local criminal defense attorneys to handle all of our indigent cases. I've been talking to the city of Covington because they're having the same issues. It's hard to get people to serve in the courts. Just so you know what an indigent defendant is, in a one-person home, that person cannot bring home more than $306. For a 4-person home, they cannot bring home $634 a week. That puts them at about, for a single person, right at $1,600 in the year of our Lord, 2026, when I don't know how, I know what rent prices are because I'm dealing with the evictions on the other side. People can't live like that, but that's the numbers the federal government gives us, and that's what we go by. I cannot tell you how many indigent defendants we have, and I do every application. I review it to make sure they qualify, and we have a lot of people in this community living off $700 to $900 in Social Security. So I had to, well, I've lost my solicitor again. I usually can keep them for about a year. This one stayed 2 years. I have some leads. The last time I had a solicitor leave, it took Judge Bryant and I 7 months to find a replacement because they are making about $1,000 every Tuesday, which to the average person may sound great. A criminal defense attorney can be making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 every day in court. So they are doing a service by taking a lower fee, but I had already talked to my current solicitor when he thought he might stay. He said he would consider it for the 5,000, and then he came back and just said, I can't do it. It's too much. And it's too much because it's every Tuesday except for Tuesdays that fall on holidays. And it's calendars of 300 to 350 people. And if you aren't seeing the people we're dealing with, your county employees are dealing with very angry people since 2020. I am personally cussed out in court, in Zoom hearings, and to my face on a weekly basis. My staff gets treated much worse, which is why I then have to go into the hallway and say, you're not gonna treat my staff that way. It's like that throughout the courthouse. People don't like to talk about it over here, but it is a reality that your county employees are being subjected to every day. I am holding more people in court. People are yelling in my courtroom, F the judge, this system. They go to jail, obviously, because you can't behave that way. That is one of the reasons, actually, my solicitor is leaving. He said, I cannot take 6 hours a day every week of just being yelled at and cursed at, and not get paid well for it. So our indigent defense attorneys, they are both attorneys that I worked against when I was in the DA's office, know them well. They kind of stay because it's me. They've kind of both said, like, if it's ever not you, we're probably gonna stop doing this. They did come to me with they tend to negotiate together, and they are asking for an increase from $2,500 a month to $3,000 a month. We need an additional copier in our office. Those of you that toured, there's an old machine in the back of the office. That thing they don't have parts for anymore, so it barely functions. It is an old copier from Miss Hayes's office back when she was the clerk of Superior Court. They were getting something better for what they needed and offered it to me, and I said, yes, I'll take it, because that's what I do in probate and magistrate court. I take things that other people won't use. But that one's dead. We have to have 2 in our office to keep us functioning and moving. We need an additional date timestamp. Those are when you go into a legal filing, into a clerk's office, they stamp the pleadings, it puts the date and time that you filed on it. Those are expensive. I say expensive, it's not a fingerprint machine. It's about $1,500 to $2,500, and having access to one has now become an issue. Like, we just can't. When traffic citations come to us in bulk, like 300 citations at a time, and so the clerk that's stamping them in for the next hour or 2 is stamping, well, then nobody else can use the timestamp. And we need to replace our court seals. Our court seals date back to, best we can tell, the early 2000s, and they've been rubbed so much through the paper of pressing the court seal on things, they're not leaving the seal, which people need the seal for their documents to work for them. We are in Article 6 court, which means we have expanded jurisdiction in wills, administrations, and trusts. I now have the same jurisdiction over trust that Superior Court does. I can conduct jury trials. There are 28 counties in the state of Georgia that are currently Article 6 courts. I know that Walton County will become one when Judge Wright retires. And my executive director of our council reminds me on a yearly basis that I am the lowest paid Article 6 court judge, and that I keep other people from getting money from their board because I bring the average down so much. I'm not talking about that today, but I need y'all to start thinking long term. I can only stay so long making what I'm paid, and attorneys you have to have attorney judges, they're not gonna come work for what I'm getting paid, for what Judge Bryan is getting paid. That's just reality. And when I say lowest paid, I'm not talking about $10,000. I'm talking $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 more than we make. I'm not asking for all of that, but y'all are gonna have to look into that. We need more space. We can currently, I will say, fit our staff as it exists now. I have the position of a law clerk. It has been difficult to fill because of the time that it became available. It was after people have graduated from law school, passed the bar exam, and most of them, with all due respect, that are quality applicants, they already have jobs when it became available to me at the end of last year. We're still working on it. I'm still looking for people, so we don't have that position currently filled. And I'm asking for another clerk if that happens, or even if we get the law clerk, I don't have anywhere to put them. I have no idea where they'll go. And we need, and Judge Zahn may or may not have touched on this, we need to talk about a state court. That's, again, a conversation for another day, but I'm trying to plant seeds that these are not distant things to talk about anymore. Magistrate court, criminal jurisdiction, we issue arrest warrants, search warrants. We have to be available 24/7. People, yes, wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And on this past Thanksgiving, I had people at my house 8 times because apparently everybody decided to shoot each other on Thanksgiving Day. And I had 8 different people at my home and at my brother's home where we ate, getting search warrants. That's the reality for magistrate courts. We handle citizen application for warrants, county ordinance court. We conduct first appearance hearings 6 days a week, including holidays. I try to be on call as the elected, the big holidays. So Christmas morning, after I watched my great niece and nephews open presents, I did first appearance hearings for people at the jail so that they can get bond and get out of jail. And we do preliminary hearings and bond hearings. We currently in magistrate have 1 clerk devoted to all criminal matters. That's working because it's really a judge-heavy position. The judges are issuing this, the judges are doing that. The clerk is only, the warrants get automatically uploaded to our system. The search warrants, really following those, and code enforcement are her main jobs that she has to do. So it's just very heavily the work of the judges in that area. We currently, and hold on to that word currently, statement of claims we do in our civil jurisdiction. Those are cases where the damages cannot exceed $15,000. Most of what we see, we have breach of contract cases a lot. We have what we call suits on accounts. You don't pay your credit card bill, you don't pay your bill to the hospital, what have you. They sell it to a credit, debt collector basically, and after they've called you 6,000 times and you don't return their phone calls, they sue you. Most of those are under 15, so they come to us. We also handle torts like small slip and falls and car wreck cases. So we're doing the same stuff they're doing in Superior Court, except for they're doing divorces, which we don't do, and they have exclusive jurisdiction over real property. Dispossessory actions, that's our evictions. They say, hi, the rents are insane around here. You would be shocked. Probably not Commissioner Long, but everybody else. You'd be shocked what people are paying to live in certain neighborhoods. We do garnishments on judgments under $15,000. So even if we didn't give you your judgment and you're trying to enforce it, you can come to us because the person who owes you money is here, and we enforce that through taking money out of people's paychecks. And we do abandoned motor vehicles. That's when you see those cars on the side of the road and they have a sticker on them. Eventually those things get towed and sold at auction, and we are the process for that. Civil jurisdiction, currently I have 2 clerks who are exclusively dedicated to those cases. We have 2 at the window who assist when they are not on the phone or helping a customer in office. My chief deputy clerk helps, but she is also managing the office and dealing with all default judgments. I'm not going to go into that, but Ms. Hayes can tell you that's a large part of civil caseload. And then we are in the process. Hopefully by March 30th, we will have the 2 new clerks that you allocated for us finally get in and start helping with that. Why do we need that? These are our numbers. We had over 11,000 civil filings last year. That's unheard of around here, as you can see, and we felt it. You came through our offices. We have no storage space. We have no room for anything. We're also blocking hallways in the basement storage area. We're struggling. And so we're at 11,150 for last year. That was our total. We did see that, or I pulled the numbers today. As of today, which is March the 12th, we are where we were at the end of March last year. So we are on track to match that or best it. new legislation is coming, and it's going to be a real issue in particular for our magistrate court. The House passed HB 792, increasing the jurisdictional limit to $25,000 instead of $15,000. This has been talked about at the Capitol since I took office. It has never made it out of committee. Now the bill is passed. I watched late into the evening on last Friday, at a real riveting evening on crossover day. The Senate bill failed to pass. It would have increased our jurisdictional limit to $50,000. We get information from our council, even all the judicial councils, they have a lobbyist. Really, they're just there to help us know, who do you talk to? Because we're judges and aren't kind of in the know about things like that. The last response we got from them after SB 405 failed, so Monday morning we got an email saying the Senate will take up HB 792. Our jurisdiction will increase to a minimum of $25,000, and they have been told by everybody, you can't stop this train. It's gonna happen. And we are just praying that they will let us start in January 1 of 2027, because as currently written, this jurisdiction limit changes on July 1. So we will have a 60% increase in what can be filed in our court right now, starting July 1. Obviously that could be a real issue for us. Budget request, I did a request to increase the solicitor's pay very little, $500. He does really good work for us. He's one of my defense attorneys in traffic court. He does a great job on the county ordinance stuff, the code enforcement and animal services citations. He does a lot of work outside the office, which normally you can't get a solicitor to do. Usually, I'm a private attorney. My job to serve you is on Tuesday, and that's when you're gonna get me. You can't call me.
Judge Bell, I'm sorry, we are running behind.
I'll hit quickly.
And I understand, because I was a clerk of your court and Superior Court, so I realize.
Can I have like a minute to wrap up?
Yes, I was just gonna ask you if you could just,
I will.
yeah, take a minute or two.
Yeah, we have huge increases you're gonna see in supplies, printing, and postage. That's because we are currently over budget already this year. I have told our judges we cannot go to in-person training. We have canceled clerk training, and I'm looking for anything and everything else that we can find to not go over budget, because I never have and I don't intend to this year. We needed a new date timestamp for the front of the office. Ms. Hayes bought the one we had in 2014. Our court seals need to be replaced as well, and we need cubicles. When you walk through magistrate court, there are 2 open areas that are intended to house 1 people. When our new employees start, they're going to be housing 2 people. We have what I've always done. I put out on the email, anybody got a desk they're not using? I have found desks so I don't have to buy them. I have found new chair or old chairs, new to us chairs, so we don't have to pay for those. But they're going to be put in a room that's meant for 1 person. We need the cubicles to cut down on sound, because if they're on the phone, you're not gonna be able, the other person's not gonna be able to be on the phone or kind of focus on what they're doing. Not too distant future, we need space. Y'all saw it. It is absurd. And I'm saying publicly for the first time what I've been saying for at least the past 6 years. Probate court and magistrate court have got to be split. I am the only Article 6 judge who has magistrate jurisdiction. The next largest county out of all probate judges who serve as chief magistrate is Jones County. You can see the difference. We have over 100,000 more citizens, and yet I'm expected, with the assistance of Judge Bryant, to run 2 courts. And it can't keep happening, especially with the raise in jurisdiction. So that's gonna be a big push for me this year and next year. We cannot function like we functioned in 1983, and that's exactly what we're doing in my part of the courthouse.
Thank you so much. I know it is a huge job, and you've got a lot of challenges there. Thank you. Next, we have our tax commissioner.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
All right, I got my presentation here.
I feel for Judge Bell, and I understand the work that she does, because if you guys don't know, I have an adult autistic son, so we had to get guardianship. So I know that process very well. All right, so do I have a clicker, Brian? It should be up there. All right, yeah, I got it. All right, here we go. All right, I just wanted to share, not just for you guys, but for the audience, because I know we met a few weeks ago with some of the commissioners. Some of you weren't able to be there. But I wanted to talk about the scope of responsibility for the tax commissioner's office. So we basically have over 50,000 parcels in our county, property tax parcels. We have over 130,000 registered motor vehicles. And we basically account for over $150 million in annual tax collections. We have to disperse this money monthly to, of course, the county, as well as other municipalities, as well as the state. We're responsible for accurate billing, efficient collection, accounting, and timely disbursement. That's what we do. So what do? We bill and collect property taxes. We process motor vehicle tax and titles. We collect motor vehicle taxes and fees. One of the fees, I know Judge Bell just talked about, the insurance fines. That's a big one. And we also disperse funds, and we enforce delinquent collections, which is a major part of our job. But what my office doesn't do, we don't set property tax millage rates, we don't set property values, and we don't create property tax exemptions. I wanted to show an illustration of the growth of Newton County. As you can tell, the green lines indicate the number of motor vehicles over the years. So from 21, we had 128,000, and in 2025, we ended up with 132,000. So we're continually growing. Same with property. We had 47,000 back in 2021. Now we're at almost 52,000. So again, we're increasing, our volume's increasing, and of course, that impacts our ability, or my team's transaction values, because we're seeing actually more people. And I wanted to share you guys what our fiscal year 27 and beyond would be. So we want to modernize our property tax collections. We want to fully digitize our records retention, because if you go into, we have, like Judge Bell spoke about, space is an issue, and we want to get rid of all this paper. I am not about the paper. I want to modernize that. I want to make sure we reduce our physical storage footprint. So we don't want paper everywhere and cabinets everywhere. So we would love to scan that. And believe it or not, we don't actually have the scanning capability to do it right now. So I just want to talk a little bit about what my budget requests are, I should say. And I've met with some of you guys before, is we definitely need a new modern property tax software. I understand why the previous commissioner chose the software that he did, but that is not competent enough for my level. I want to do different things, and I'll share that with you. We want a new document scanning software. This is not new. I'll explain to you what it is, and we have a posted increase request. And then I'll tell you how we're going to pay for it. So, as far as our current property tax system, we pay a $20,000 annual maintenance fee. We want to go to a new modern system, and you ask me, well, why? I don't believe our current system is mature and seasoned. It's only 4 years or 5 years in the making. What you guys probably didn't know back in 2021 when you went live, we were the first county to go live. You never want to be the first county to go live in anything. So we still have a lot of myriad of issues that we're dealing with. It's for us, it's not really reliable. There's no integration, or if you're familiar with IT terms, there's something called an API, which is basically an interface. So if you make a payment on our website, right, if we come into our office right now and you make a payment and you walk outside and want to check your account, it's not going to show for at least another 15 or 20 minutes. That's too long. And we do have some issues with the payments going back and forth. We want an interface where when you make that payment in person, it shows up online automatically, and vice versa. You pay online, it shows up in our database instantaneously. We also want a very strong accounting module. Some of the data that I get, I'm a little nervous, and I have to go back and double and triple check. I get it. If it's one, I'll tell you all the truth. If it's one thing I get worried about in this job, is this system. That keeps me up at night. Nothing else. Primarily, that's my issue. We don't have reliable reporting, and one of the bigger issues for me that I realized when I walked into this job was the way we do
delinquent collections. Currently, as of right now, we have 2,003 unpaid real estate accounts. Of course, we could pray that. We have different collection tools, which includes going to tax sale. I can tell you, there's no way we could take all of these properties with the current system that we have because it's very manual. There's no batch processing. So I can't look at a group and say, if I wanted to do 300 properties in a sale, I can't run a report to say, are these 300 paid? We would have to go to each one line item by line item. That makes it very labor intensive. Like Commissioner Long said earlier, I'm not here to ask you for more staff. Look, I've got a lot of experience. I understand that. You don't want costs year over year. I get it. So I'm not going to ask you for employees. But what I have to have is the technology to minimize or to utilize in order to keep our employee base low. We have to use the technology. We have to. And this modern system that I want, it costs a $50,000 implementation fee with a $43,000 annual maintenance fee. Why is that also important? As you guys know, our county was down for 3 days, right? Mine is still down, my property tax system, because we are not in the cloud. Had my system been in the cloud, we would have been working. So for example, our motor vehicle system, county went down, we were still working. We were still taking payments because it's the state system and it's on the cloud. Had we had a property tax system that was in the cloud, that was not on a server based in this location, we would have no issue. So this is even more reason why we need to transition to a cloud-based system, internet-based system, web-based system. Next, and I think District Attorney Randy spoke about this, but I was shocked when I walked into this building and realized we didn't have scanning capabilities. So currently, when we get bills of sales, homestead exemptions, etc., there's a statute of limitation of time that we have to keep those documents. I was beyond shocked that we have homestead applications going back to the 90s in a cage. Doesn't need to be that way, folks. That stuff needs to be scanned immediately. And you also have to remember, we have records retention schedules. So if the law says keep it for 5 years, you don't want to keep it for more than 5 years because you're exposing yourself to liability. We have stuff in there for 20 years. We need to do that. We need to modernize. And this is cheap. I'm not asking for a new system. And I didn't say cheap, relatively inexpensive. We are using the same system that the DA uses. I think, Madam Clerk, I think that the Clerk of Court uses this as well. Laserfish, various departments use them. We just want to get on the same system. I'll absorb the $1,700 a month annual fee within my budget, but we have to have at least $11,000 to get on that system. That's what I'm asking for. Again, it's going to eliminate paper dependency. It's going to straighten our disaster recovery. As you guys know, you can get it much faster. It's going to faster document retrieval when we get requests from courts and so on and so forth. Ms. Naughty knows that we get open records requests, that we have to provide that data. We don't have to go in a box looking, scanning around. And I'll be honest, the vendor came back with $70,000 to go back and scan all of that. And I said, no, we're going to try to do that little bit by little bit to see if we can do, because I understand it costs money, and we don't want to do that. So, and this, again, aligns with other county offices. I'm not asking for anything new. It's just we're trying to piggyback on the same system that we have. The next big thing I'm going to ask for is postage. Postage is a real problem for us. It's a real issue. We have, like I said, over 51,000 bills that we have to send out. And not do we have to send that out, we have to send out all to new owners as well. Commissioner Long knows that. You want the new owner, by law, they are required to get a bill. 78 cents a pop, it's very expensive. Motor vehicles, like I said, we have 130,000 vehicles. We send that out annually. I mean, everybody gets a renewal notice, right? Even though we're asking for this money, one of the things we're going to try to push is to try to get, we're looking at doing posters and signage to try to get people to use more of the, what we call Go Green, where they can sign up for that. We're pushing that hard, but some people don't like it, so what can you do? But these things are required, and our office postage, that's why it's there. So you'll see it's 102,000. Last year we budgeted 75, so that's what we're asking for. And you're asking me, well, Brent, you're asking me all this money. How are we going to get it? How are we going to pay for it, right? So I have something to show you. When I took this job, with my experience, I knew the county that I worked at previously, we had interest-bearing accounts. So we collect this 150 million, like I told you, right? And we didn't have any interest-bearing accounts in this county. I immediately, before I even came on board, when I did my bank accounts, I signed up for interest-bearing accounts. I'm proud to say, over the last year, we basically gave the county $300,000. $300,000 in interest. And that's going to continue. Of course, depends on the interest rates, it could be a little bit different, but I feel proud to know that we were able to do that. This $300,000 is more than my annual operating budget. So I feel like while we're asking for a little bit more, I feel like we've kind of funded our own budget to some extent. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may ask.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I think a while back we talked a little bit over the telephone, and it was when you were doing foreclosure over at Spring Hill Community Center. So, and the question I want to ask is, how many homes did we foreclose? Have we foreclosed on, I guess, the prior budget or this particular budget?
So first and foremost, we don't do foreclosure sales. So that's a very different thing. Okay, we do not do foreclosure sales. We do tax sales. There's a massive difference.
I stand corrected.
So I want to make sure we understand, for the record, this is very different. Mm-hmm. When you do a foreclosure, you lose your property. Mm-hmm. When you do a tax sale, we sell it for the taxes, right? So if you owe us $5,000, right, and somebody bids $100,000, correct? The county keeps the $5,000, and we put the $95,000 in what is called excess funds account. And the homeowner can come and retrieve that $95,000 because it belongs to them. The homeowner has a year and a day to go back and redeem that tax deed, we sell tax deeds, from the person that bought the sale. All right, last year, to your point, we had basically two sales. The first sale had a significant number. It was like 102. We took the sale. I believe we sold 48. The second sale we had, we started off with 160. We ended up with one, and one sold. And so that's the issue. My goal, and I've said this publicly in the board meeting last week, is not to take anyone's property, sir. That is not my goal. My job is to collect the money so I can give it to you. And I go by something what I call as the fairness doctrine. We all have to pay our fair share. If everybody pays their fair share, then it takes the burden off of any one individual.
Okay, so we're talking about 49.
Yes, about 48, 49.
49. So why did you request and ask from the Board of Commissioners to give you some additional help for the, what you call tax sales?
The question is, why don't I ask for it?
You requested for another employee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, last year you mean?
Yes. And we were funded, I think, 4-1.
I'm not sure I understand the question, sir. Forgive me.
Question was, you came to us.
Yes.
You said, I got these tax sales. If let me get through, please.
Yeah.
Tax sales, and said I need some help, and I want to hire another employee to help me.
Right.
And which was approved at the same time. So if we only had 49 houses, so why would we need the additional employee?
So 49 properties that went to sale, sir. That doesn't necessarily mean that we only have 49 properties. Let me repeat. As of right now, we have 2,003 delinquent properties. Keep that in perspective.
I made note of that, yes.
Yeah. So, and I don't believe the employee that I specifically asked for, was a member of management, wasn't necessarily just for tax sales. I don't remember requesting that just for tax sales.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, it's a lot of people, I know in the district that I represent, have talked about all the high taxes and additional property. In fact, one lady came that before the end of budget, and she said that, and she stood right there, and she said, she said, can y'all please go down on my tax? She said, if y'all approve this tax hikes, she said, I'm gonna lose my house. Well, evidently, I believe she lost the house, and she's not the only one. And I think one of the things that I've talked about a lot about was transparency.
Yep.
What transparency means is I don't think that many people who would complain about losing their homes or about the high taxes were just saying it for nothing. I think they meant what they said. And I don't think that nobody would ask for additional help for the tax sales or whatever you want to call it, for their property if you didn't need it. So, I just want to be.
I'm going on record as saying I have no idea what you're
If I
talking
make it
about.
through, please, sir. Let me get through.
Yeah, sure.
I think that the taxes are too high. I think that we really need to do something to help our people, our constituency, concerning their taxes. And somebody's got to say something, because right now a lot of people are worried about their taxes. They weren't worried about the next bill, how they're going to pay for their grocery, and a heap of the stuff that they need. And so I think it's our job as district commissioners to not look at, say, well, I'm going to get $300,000, $400,000 this year of interest. And I don't see how you can get that much money interest without somebody losing something. So I want to just say this, so I be in the right context. So I would like for the county manager to be so kind is to set up me a date to ask the people who may want to talk about what their losses in their homes and their high taxes to have a meeting over at Spring Hill Park. And set me up a date if you'd be so kind, so I can let the citizen Newton County know.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Long.
I think I can help my partner over here a little bit, but I think that what last year we ran into is when Commissioner Bennett came on board, that he had some delinquent taxes, and they were trying to clear them up, just like you were not here last meeting because you had an emergency, but there was a lot of years of taxes that were out there delinquent, and they were trying to get everything cleaned up. I know you had Mr. Ray helping you out from Rockdale. And there was, if you have 2003 delinquents, you had to prepare for 262 tax sales last year. And what that means is they have to notify, put signs out, and then finally, after they call them 1,000 times, people come in and pay before the tax sale. So that's why you only get down to like 49. I'm pretty familiar with tax sales. It is a hard balance, Commissioner Henderson, because we do see people struggling. I mean, heck, everybody's struggling. Everybody in this room is struggling. I mean, if you get your insurance bill for your roof being over 10 years old, you're gonna be struggling. So I think that it is a hard thing. It is sad. I feel struggles every day, just like everybody else. But we are charged with the duty that we have to maintain our status of things. But we don't want to overspend. That's why I'm always saying, let's don't overspend and let's work together to do what we need. But I think that you did have a lot of cleanup that was going on.
And there still is. There still
Yeah,
is a significant
and you're going to
amount.
have people that are going to be behind. And I know I've talked to someone, and you guys have done a great job trying to work with people, come up with plans, and get it paid. But everybody has to pay their taxes. There's no free ride. I mean, I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to pay mine. I wouldn't pay mine. But I do pay them, and I pay them on time. So, but it is hard, and I want people to know that we recognize that, but we don't have control over that. I mean, we have to pay our taxes, and that's just how the world works.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. And Commissioner Long, I want you to know that I love you. And we've been together, well, not exactly together, but we've known each other for a long time. I think it's about 20 years.
30 years.
Yes, and I just want to say this. If I was in real estate, yeah, I could make a lot of money by the tax sales. Yes, I could. If I was insurance, yeah, I could make a lot of money because other people want to buy insurance. But what J.C. Henderson is about the citizens of Newton County. And about what can I do to make it better for them? Because I know they have a tax side. Look here, I can't go to Florida when I want to. I stay at home, or maybe get in my backyard and get me something and roll out there, and get a little sunshine. I can't go around and get a whole lot of insurance money, because I don't. That's what I'm doing. I'm just a retired old man. But I think about, and I know the citizens of Newton County, and I know that we can't afford it, and I think we need to find a better way to reduce those taxes for our citizens. And if nobody says nothing about it, nothing happens. Every year after year for 5 or 6 years, the taxes have went up. They don't go down, they go up. Now, I tell you, one lady told me, and my wife, whom I love, was in the hospital. She just said, I know you're going through some hard times. I said, well, yes, ma'am. I said, I am. She said, but we got to do something about the taxes. She said, she said, my daughter lost her home. She said, I can't pay the $1,500, $6,000 a year on these high taxes. So I heard them. And I close with this. I said this same meeting, I said, you give me 2 other commissioners, we're changing. And then what was told to me was that, hey, we ain't gonna change it. We just got y'all up here talking, and everything been approved already. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may say one thing, Commissioner, Madam Chairman, just a reminder, the tax commissioner's job is to bill, collect, and disperse. I don't set millage rates. I don't set values. So at the end of the day, that's a board decision. That's a legislative issue. And that's all I want to close with.
Commissioner Long.
You know, I have to respond. I appreciate the gracious way that you attacked me, but somebody's success or somebody's job comes from hard work, and I don't want to be attacked for a hard worker. I don't have a college degree. I'm a very smart woman and a very smart businesswoman. So, but I do agree, and I think I have been a proponent about not spending money, not raising taxes, everything I possibly can to keep our taxes down for people. So, but unfortunately, we have to run the services that we have in this county. Prime example, I received a notice from the clerk of courts for some jury duty. And I looked down at the envelope where I had to return it, and it says 78 cents. And I was like, oh my God, they are wasting money. Why has this got 78 cents on the envelope, pre-stamped? Okay, well, I've been using Forever stamps for a long, long time because I bought a ton of those. I did not realize that postage had gone up that high because, rarely do we mail things now. But I looked down and I took a picture of it because I was going to make a comment that we wasted money. We got the stamp machine printed for heavier mail. But that's the reality that we're in, and it is terrible that everything is so expensive and everybody's just going up because they can. And the property tax issue, and I keep saying this, it's the values that have increased that are raising the property taxes. It's not us, it's the values that have increased. So, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the public defender.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I will try to be very brief. I did want to start out with a couple of highlights. Number one, we are fully staffed right now for the first time in a long time. We work with Chairman Hayes, Mr. Brown, and the board, and we have been able to attract good lawyers for my office, also the district attorney's office. Both Randy and I had issues for several years attracting and retaining employees because we're competing with Fulton, DeKalb, and others. We have a good office. Newton County is a great county to be from, to be in. We can attract people if we can be just competitive with the money, and that's what we've done, and that's how we filled up both of our offices. So we appreciate that. Number two, we started the beginnings of a jail unit this year. You guys provided a couple of investigators to help clear out the jail. I've been working with Chef Brown for years trying to figure out what we can do to make things better. So we started a jail unit, which we are monitoring the jail to see why people are in the jail, what they're doing there, and how we can get them out sooner, which, of course, as I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, that's $50 a day. I was wrong about that. It's actually $75 a day that we can save by making sure that we get people out sooner, whether that's in whatever way that we can. So that's what the jail unit is for. So those are the two biggest accomplishments that we started this year. The two main requests that I have this year are for 2 attorney positions. Everybody that comes before you in these days is going to tell you Newton County is growing. Newton, we are, the judicial system is like everybody else. You look at our comparable circuits, and there are very few comparable circuits that have grown the way that we have in the last 10 years, and it's certainly getting, that's just going to increase, and that's because we are attractive, and that's because we have nice buildings, we have nice people. I moved here 1995 because, and it was there was a great small town atmosphere, but we are not that town anymore. There are so many, we've attracted, I captain a tennis team, and we play at a certain level. I keep recruiting people to my tennis team, and now I can't even play on my own tennis team because I'm not good enough. And that's kind of where we are. We are attracting so much industry. We're attracting so many people, and sometimes you have to live with that. Those are called growing pains. So the first request that I have is for an attorney position for juvenile court. When we were having trouble retaining and recruiting people, I had to split the job of juvenile court in Newton County and Walton County between one person. That is not the best way of dealing with it. We need an attorney in each office, and therefore I'm asking, since I had to because I couldn't find two juvenile attorneys, I'm asking now to split those back up. So I'm asking for a juvenile court attorney. Judge Branch approves of that request. And it's something that's needed now that we are able to retain and keep people. Number two, the second part of the jail team that I was talking about earlier is an attorney position. We need an attorney to lead that department, and I'm asking for a full-time attorney position to lead the jail team, again, in monitoring the jail, making sure that we are taking care of cases as quickly as we can. I can't stress to you how important that is in maintaining the system. Funding the public defender's office isn't always the most attractive thing, but you've got to remember that if you want to prosecute people, if you want the sheriff to do his job, if you want the district attorney to do their job, you have to have a public defender who counterbalances that for constitutional reasons. And if you don't, if any part of that system shuts down, then everything everybody suffers. The sheriff, the DA, the people, the clients, everybody suffer if even one part of that cog is messed up. I have been speaking with Chairman Hayes and Mr. Brown. Our office, many of you have been there. Our office has been forgotten for many, many years. And as Judge Bell was telling you earlier, about the space and but we've kind of gotten lost in the shuffle with regard to our office space, and I've let that happen. I've been whispering in your ear, like Judge Bell said, I've been whispering in your ear about my space for years, but I really do need to raise my voice a little bit on it now. It's kind of an embarrassment where we are. It's not in line with the values and the dignity of Newton County to have indigent clients come to my office, and I'd love for all of you to, that haven't, I'd love for you to come see it, to come to my office, and then to have to go to the district attorney's office and to see the difference in what the dignity and the distinction of those offices. It's kind of embarrassing, and I've been whispering for years, and I really would like for us to consider at least renovating our space, giving us more space. As I speak right now, I have a clerk, a full-time, a investigator position. Mr. Cooper knows what that's all about, and a legal assistant, all in one conference room. I had to have meetings the other day. I had to kick all three of them out so that I could have meetings in my office. We are full to the brim, and we need to consider that, and I believe that we are working in that direction, and there'll be proposals for you. Two things I wanted to mention very briefly. The sheriff and I have not included this in this particular budget request, but we are working on a software for the jail that will aid in communication between our office and clients. I've got it, that it is working in Walton County. We did it last year. It is called My Justice Portal. It allows us to, instead of going down to the jail, taking up space and resources and running back and forth around through the jail, it allows us to, number one, text, number two, audio call, number three, video call our clients on a tablet that already exists at the Sheriff's Department. So this is just a software addition that will allow us to do all of those things so that we can sit at our desk and we can meet with people. And there's certainly times when we are going to have to meet in person. That's often preferable, but this will help us tremendously, and I want to put that in your ear. The other big thing about that is that it allows us to share discovery. Discovery are the incident reports, statements, things of that nature, this allows us to push documents and videos to the clients. And not only does it allow us to push it to them, it allows us to know when they read them. So when we come to court and the client says, well, I've never seen my discovery, at least we can say, Judge, we provided it and they had access to it on this particular day. That's a tremendous help as well. So that's something I wanted you to think about. Number two, I've saved a significant amount of money for Newton County by a company sold the district attorney's office a discovery providing mechanism, basically a server to the DA's office. They didn't come to me about it, but they sold it to the DA's office. So the DA is now sending me discovery through this company. So then the company came to me and said, hey, if you want full access to this, if you want to be able to keep this, you need to pay us $40,000. And I found a way around that I don't have to do that. So theoretically, I would be coming before you to say, hey, I need $40,000 to share discovery with the DA's office, and I'm not doing that because I found a way around it. And that's one of the things that I'm always trying to do is making sure, I've been doing this for 25 years now. I'm a good carrier of my budget. I'm always within my budget, and I never ask for more than I need. I think I have that reputation, and these needs are real. The 2 attorney positions, and then to think about our office space, these are real needs, and that's what we're asking for at this time. So thank you, guys. Hope I was brief enough.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carter,
Yes,
once
sir.
again for this presentation. I have to publicly apologize.
No, you don't.
I really, really do. You standing there triggered my memory and said, wait a minute, I have missed the second appointment to come to the DA's office because it wasn't on my calendar and I forgot to put it on there. So please forgive me. I literally just sent Carmen an email while you were talking, apologizing, saying, please forgive me. I'm going to do my best to be there next Tuesday at 2 o'clock. So I'm putting it publicly out there so that you know. But I do understand. I do want to get an opportunity to come and visit your office so that I can kind of understand better your needs and your asks, so that when the board and staff are looking at your budget, we kind of know what the needs are. And so it truly, truly helps us as you come before us and explain in depth and in detail what those needs are. And just, looking at your budget, and I haven't delved into it deeply yet. So I don't see any alarms at this particular point. I think you're just saying space is a factor. And I can assure you, more than just your department is saying that to us. And so that's something that we're definitely going to have to do our best to look at. So I just wanted to publicly apologize for missing my 2 appointments.
Not necessary. I appreciate you.
But I will definitely be there. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Anthony, like I said, I can relate to you in that space. Like I said, I spent some years over there back then, and it was real tight back then. And so I do understand the space, and also, and correct me if I'm not, but don't we have to, you have to be careful with the, what's the word for it? Separation of the cases and things like that.
Absolutely.
And you got to have the space.
Yes, we
And
have
I
to
think I
have,
remember,
there are certainly privilege and privacy issues with the clients. You can't have, the investigator that we have sharing the conference room right now cannot interview people in her office, the conference room, because there are other people present and it's not private. So yes, there are lots of issues that we are having to deal with right now.
okay.
So,
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can remember years ago when we go up to the buildings right beside the railroad track, you had to walk up the stairs, go to the room. You could be talking to you. You could hear somebody talking in the next room. And you were just probably about the same way now.
it is, it's exactly the same.
So-
When we moved in 20 years ago, we were told, remember, we were going to do that convention center and
I remember.
hotel, and so that building was going to be torn down. They said, Anthony, can you just stay here for a couple of years till we get everything set? And that was 20 years ago. So,
Absolutely. And so it was always, as I hear so often here from the board, my fellow board members, is we just keep the can on down the road.
right. And I whisper so many times to tell you, hey, we've got this coming down the road, but whispering doesn't always, isn't always effective.
You don't get nothing. But there's something we're gonna have to address. And it's probably the same way it used to be. Whereas always the district attorney, and I think prior years, I guess Teacher Lazon, she was district attorney, and then a new district attorney. It was the same way. It always, you would always had out staff, they had more attorneys, and you somewhat got leftovers, but you worked very hard and helped people as best you could in order to try to help them.
I have.
And I appreciate it, but it would help if we could find some space, some nice space,
Yes,
for you to be in with you and your staff.
Yes, sir.
And I thought about, because I'm always thinking about something, I had thought about, what about the administration building? Do we still have some space up there? I mean, if that could work.
We did for a long time, but I think John Middleton, rest in peace, did not want us in the administrative building, and that hung over for a long time, to be honest. After he left, I don't know why he didn't want us in the administrative building, but my understanding from speaking with Mr. Johnson is that there is no longer any a suitable space in the administrative building. And we are, Mr. Brown and Ms. Hazen, or Chairman Hayes and I we have 3 options that we are looking at. One of them is renovation, which is probably going to be cheapest. And so I think that those are the renovation and addition to our office.
I'd be more than happy myself personally to look at it.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. I started to say, thank you, Judge. It's just so natural. I just started to say, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Now we'll hear from the sheriff. Good morning, Sheriff Brown. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The sound seems as if it was from back in the back. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, and to all of you that make up this board, it's good to be here this morning. I'm not going to belabor or belong the time. I'm going to have Ruben to come up and present, and if there's any questions, I may have a few closing remarks, but just while I'm here, just to mention what Mr. Carter stated about my justice program. That is a much needed program for the Office of Sheriff and also for the entire judicial system here. It ate not just one office, it ate all of us, and just the impact it has on our office in a year's time, it's more than more than $1.5 million that we spend in housing individuals who could be moved along. Another key component with that is that My Justice program, it follows that individual, whether they are here or whether they in Walton County, whether they're in Rockdale County, or even we're looking to expand it over into the state system. So it means that if a person is in the state system, need to come back to Newton County for whatever reason, it would prevent us from having to go to the state system to pick them up. It would prevent us from having to go to another jurisdiction to pick them up. That My Justice program, they could communicate with them through that program anywhere. So that's one of the things I would ask that you would really consider. I know he said it's not in the budget for this year, but I would ask that you look at it closely, and it would save us a ton of money just by adding it into the budget. Ruben?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. All right. So I'm going to be very brief. I just have a few slides. I don't want to, as you know, the Sheriff's budget is one of the biggest budgets in the county. Sheriff's Office, you know, I've said this before, represents not only those black and white vehicles you see out there and a detention center, but it's more than that. We're a 24/7, 365 agency, has a traffic unit, a civil unit, K-9 team. There's just a lot of different things that's involved. We have our own finance unit, SWAT unit, chaplain unit, public information. It's more to it than that. And I know I've said this before, but I come here representing the Office of Sheriff, but I also come here as a local resident of Newton County, raising a family of 5. And one of the things since we moved from California to the state of Georgia, we said we prioritize one thing. We want to live in a safe place. That's one of the many reasons why we left California. We want to live in a really nice environment where we could raise a family. Today's my son's 19th birthday, and he said, make sure you say that we want to raise a good family in a safe place, and we found it already in Newton County. So once again, this is just a really quick snapshot of our budget request. You know, it consists of 5 different budget areas in the general fund budget, which is, you know, the Sheriff's Office budget, as they call it, which is a 33-100 budget. Our West Side Precinct, which is not far away from where I live at, off of where the Kroger Shopping Center is. Our East Side Precinct, and of course our jail operations, which is housed where we're at the Sheriff's Administrative Building, and of course our Student Resource Officer budget. When we put in our requested amount, and this is, I know you all know this, but this is just for sake of conversation. When we put in our requested amount, we put in all of our operations and whatever personnel pieces we can put in. What's missing in that budget request, of course, for example, those that have personnel such as the sheriffs, the jail operations, and the SRO are the employee salaries and benefits. So that there'll be no confusion as you start looking at the budget. So if you total that up, it's about $29.9 and change. Once again, if you divvy it up with our need, it's a little shy of $5 million in the personnel piece. Once again, that's not counting employee salaries and benefits. About $18 million in operations and about a little shy of $7 million in capital request. One of the things I just wanted to share about the capital request is that capital request, it's to purchase a lot of different things, but one of the things we mainly and primarily use it for are for the purchase of 2 items, and that's primarily, and once again, there's more to it than that, but primarily it's vehicles, but also building repairs and renovations that escalate in cost. And I know many times people have said, hey, well, you work in a sheriff's office that's relatively new, but once you start thinking about when the sheriff's office was built, we're more than 20 years old now. And so you start thinking of, oh, well, it had a 10-year warranty or the roof had a 15-year warranty. We're past that now. And so we're starting to see a lot of different things come up in a building that is now showing its age. And unlike some buildings that shut down at 5 or 6 p.m., we have a community of people that live downstairs. We're housing about 550 or so inmates that live there 24/7. A lot of bars that are opening, a lot of bars that are closing, a lot of electrical systems. Some of the systems that were built when the building opened up are no longer compatible with new and existing systems. They need to be replaced. And so if one thing needs to be replaced, okay, the circuit board needs to be replaced. Well, if that circuit board needs to be replaced, then this needs to be replaced. You know, we've been having some issues, for example, with the roof, patching up little piece at a time. Okay, we got a leak here, we got a leak there, you know what, we just need to really fulfill the rest of the roof. And so we have that out to bid right now, you know, to replace the entirety of the roof because, like we said, we're over 20 some odd years old. Another thing that you'll see in the numbers that probably going to change is that for the past about 12, 14 years, one of the things that all inmates by law are entitled to, you know, is to have basic medical expenses and needs covered while they're with us. And so we've been working with the same contractor. We've been renewing agreements. We had a 3-year agreement that's coming to an end June 30th. And as we're looking at whether or not we want to renew, we started looking how prices have gone up. You know, prices have gone up on everything, as we know, and I don't want to belabor that point, but on everything, including services, have skyrocketed. And so when getting new estimates on that, I was a little surprised. And so I meet with a cohort of other counties, which include Rockdale County, which has an inmate size of about 380, whereas we have it about 550. And they were paying astronomical fees for their medical vendor, which is coincidentally the same vendor we have now. And so the vendor that we have now said, well, we're going to have to go up to about the same rate. And so that's why we're also taking that out to bid to explore different things. But kind of the writing is on the wall is that the price that was 3 years ago is definitely not the price that we're going to be paying anymore. So just want to make sure that you all are aware of that. If you see that things have jumped up, it's because everything has jumped up. And as we all know, contracts go up, expenses go up, price of shirts and uniforms have gone up. I mean, all the things that equip, you know, that we need to maintain our vehicles have gone up. I was surprised to know that for those of you that follow news and technology, I know I'm a little bit of a geek, so I follow technology, but the price of, you know, hard drives have gone up. How does that affect us? Well, every single time that, you know, when you purchase a brand new vehicle, there's over 40 some odd chips in that vehicle now. I mean, that's amazing when you think of it. So the price of the silicon has gone up. The price of the hard drives in the vehicle have gone up. So that leaves Joe Schmo that could fix your vehicle that cannot fix it anymore. We have to take it to specialized places that are certified to be able to address the needs of that vehicle. So we're starting to see that once again increase as well. So I could go on and on about so much of the need. So I ask that you please take that into consideration as you look at our budget. But if anything else, I do really strongly encourage that you prioritize the following areas, and this will be my last slide before we open it up for questions, is that we have mandated prisoner needs. You know, I talked a little bit about the medical expenses because those are things that you can't really skimp on. Also, 3 square a day. Every inmate, you know, that lives in our facility has to have 3 meals a day by law. And so you times that 3 meals a day times about 550 inmates times 365 days in the year, you could do the math really quickly. And one of the things, and once again, sitting on the cohort of different counties, we're paying one of the lowest amounts when you think and you consider that this sheriff, unlike some other sheriffs, prioritize fresh food for our inmates, which is a big deal. And so that's one of the things that we need to consider. Also, we have a line item that's kind of a catch-all called a prisoner line item in our jail budget. That covers, you talk about bed sheets, you talk about all the uniforms that the inmates have to wear. Every single need that an inmate has, we need to address it. When we have to transport or get inmates from another state, all that goes into that line item. So it's really difficult when those line items are cut. Also consider the overtime amounts. I put some pictures on here, and I have many more, but you know, when we had our winter storm, I know I spoke about that last time, when we had our winter storm, some of us could go home and, you know, bundle up and try to make sure our power doesn't go out, whereas my friends in, you know, in patrol were out there. Our friends in the detention center were out there making sure that everything was taken care of, making sure this was an actual picture of an overturned vehicle that needed to be addressed by the Newton County Sheriff's Office. You know, close to where I live in the Walmart not too long ago, there were some shootings, you know, and that needs to be addressed as well. You know, that's not something you plan for. That's not something that you could address. And as just a reminder that overtime dollars, you know, go to a lot of different things, I know, but you know, when you prioritize the safety and security and you get that 2 a.m. phone call, we want to make sure that someone is there. Ongoing contracts and agreements, like I said, we have ongoing contracts and agreements in a lot of different areas. You know, as technology evolves and advances, one of the things is we got to be on the cutting edge of it. You know, as I was mentioning not too long ago, you know, for example, hey, we got the new iPhone. All right, great. Well, it has new technology, and as the new technology advances, you know, and about 90 to 98% of the population have smartphones, a lot of that information is crucial for a criminal investigation, and there's very few agencies that can extrapolate that type of information. And as technology start advancing, those companies are well aware and understand, hey, well, then you need to go with this plan where we could extrapolate the information. So once again, costs go up as technology advances as well. So I'm just using that as an example. Also, the last thing I would also, for special budget consideration, is to really look at our revenue offsets. Within our budget, as we have an awarded budget, we also take in some revenue, but we ask that you please look at when we look at our award that we're given, is to not unnecessarily subtract from our budget as revenue, so much so that it creates a burden to the sheriff's office. So we ask that you please take that into consideration. One of the things that I have seen, this is probably my 5th time since I've been here, is that we've seen a lot of open communication start coming into fruition, which makes me happy, because this is an agreement. This is a family. We all work together. Once again, I live in the county. We all want the same thing. And so I encourage us, as you know, as we do this presentation leading up to a final decision, if there are any questions, please let us know. Please open up the door of communication widely so that we can continue having that dialogue and we can continue to explain and kind of define what things make sense to us as well. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
I'd just like to mention before the questions, Commissioner Long on yesterday, I forgot to mention one important piece with the overtime. I know overtime is a big issue for us, but the population that we have from week to week, month to month, we have at least 3 individuals in the hospital. So if it's in Newton County or wherever that person may be, often it's in the inner city because of their illness. It is required that we have law enforcement presence, and typically at all times we require 2 officers 24 hours a day. And I forgot to mention that on yesterday. But when you look at that in itself, and we have one at Grady, one in Gwinnett, one here, that means that is 6 officers rotating 24 hours a day. So that's another area of overtime. And I know overtime has been a big issue, a big concern for us. I think one of the things we have to understand, and I always talk about, and others have talked about growth in businesses or anything. You're looking at growth. And I look at our organization, we're no longer that organization like a child. When a child was born, you have on little boots or whatever the case may be. You have that 8-pound bouncing boy or whatever. At some point or another, that bouncing boy is going to be wearing a 10 or a 12 shoe. So you can only just hold down growth for just so long. And what's going to happen? That little bouncing baby boy can no longer put on that boot anymore. He's in that 12th shoe. And that's where we are today, with growth throughout this community. And I would ask that you would look at that closely. I will go on to say, I hope that in the considerations in the budget, that you would be mindful that there's this ICE facility that's going to be coming aboard. And if we're not careful, unless we look at this very closely, we're going to lose employees and we're going to be back to square one again. So I would say that we need to look at funding the budget looking at ways and measures that we can make it attractive so that we can continue to hire qualified individuals. Often from time to time, we may have 10 or 12 applicants to put in for a position, but many times only one or two will qualify because of the quality and standards that we look for and what we have to maintain in order to keep our national and state and all accreditation. So look at that very closely, and that's where we are, and I know you all are ready to eat, so I'm not going to continue to talk. Is there any questions to?
Commissioner Mason. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you?
Well, both of you need to stay quiet then. Pardon me?
Well, okay. My question is, Sheriff Brown. You being the top elected official in Newton County, my question is that the ICE agent, they wear masks, and they will build a new facility over in Social Circle.
Yes,
I was invited to one of the meetings, and I heard a little bit of it, and I got up and I walked out. I said, y'all probably wasting your time. I said, because they're gonna put that over there for them 10,000 people. And I heard from our district attorney that I think through his office, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Mason, anybody, that they were asking for, or they're giving some files and stuff to the ICE agents about wanting to know who's in the jail, who's going through the process, who's alien, who's not alien. And so we're going to have in my opinion, a presence of the ICE agents possibly during the next elections and through the county for whatever reason. And I just want to know how that may affect you. Thank you.
Commissioner Mason.
Let me just say this, Commissioner Henderson. My position is, regardless of who it is, it's my position, whatever the laws are in Georgia, whatever the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of Georgia, I will uphold that and not some entity that's coming in acting differently.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff, for that, because that was one of the questions that I had as well. I've kind of been doing my best and my due diligence to watch what's going on nationally, and I am seeing a lot of sheriffs across the country basically take that stand and say, whatever is right is what we're going to do. And so we appreciate you taking that same stance to say, we're going to do whatever is right constitutionally. Mm-hmm. That is what we're going to uphold. That is what we're going to do. So I appreciate that. An additional question that I had, I didn't realize, thank you for breaking this budget out for the different departments of sheriff, detention, east side, west side, and school resource. That was great for me to kind of actually see that. I don't think have we always done that? Okay.
Yes.
Y'all forgive Commissioner Mason. It's a lot going on in this brain right now. And I am over 50 now. So pray for me. But I was looking at this, and so I was looking at 2026, the budget $36,909,990 total for those 5 departments, and then the ask for 2027, $56,633,232.67, which is an increase of that you're asking $19,732,242.67. So I was trying to figure out, where is that $19 million increase that you're asking for? What would that really help support? Is it a myriad of different areas, or maybe that's a question for Ruben to answer.
Well, it's going to support an array of divisions in the organization in itself. I think you have received a package where you've been put on notice about our staffing in our jail. and I take that serious. Again, I want to thank you for the 8 positions that we gotten before, but we had a staffing analysis conducted by an expert, and that expert is not favoring the office of sheriff. That expert is only given what is nationally needed to operate the jail, and I did that for the purpose of you knowing where we are. If you all would think back just a few months ago, we had this prison break down just west of here. What prison was that, Cooper? Where they had the riot and the guard was injured, the person was killed and all of that. Okay. But anyway, however, had that to happen, and that was one of the things that really stimulated. I've always been concerned about, the safety, but it really stimulated my mind to say that we need to get this staffing analysis conducted. We've always would come before you, we would ask for positions, and those positions often would be denied. So I said to myself, let's put it on paper, let's put it out there so the Board of Commissioners will know the predicament that we all are in. And when I say we all are in, if something would happen to an inmate for lack of security, then it's going to fall on who? Right. Right. If something would happen to an officer because of the lack of response for security, who it's going to fall on? It's going to fall on all of us. And that's who it's going to fall on. And I did not want you to be caught blindly by saying we didn't know. So that's one of the reasons why. So it's not only going to support that, but it's going to support other areas in the organization. And you often say, leave it to the experts. Well, experts. Well, if you leave it to the experts, go over your budget request. And then you come back to us and say, how can we shape this budget to accommodate most, if not all, of your needs? I think that's what needs to happen instead of just going through it, assuming with the assumption that I know. I'm an expert in a lot of areas, as they would say. But I am not the person to climb that telegram pole and deal with electricity. Now, I can help you get up there. But when it comes to dealing with the electricity, it's not me. So look at the budget, and when you get to a point and say, we got to shave, come back to us and say, how can we work this out?
Excellent. And I did have one last question, because I didn't realize that we actually took care of the resource officers. I thought that was through the Board of Education.
It is.
How does it?
It's a complete wash. It's a complete wash.
Okay, so that school resource amount that I see here is not something that's in this budget, is what you're saying? That's all paid for by the Board of Education. So
that's correct.
I think it says for 2026, 1.5 million, and then the proposed is 1.6. So that's all paid for by the Board of Education, not through the county.
So just for clarity's sake, because with that one, I think we need to have an ongoing dialogue on.
All right.
So when we have a contract with the school board, there's always negotiation.
Okay.
And so, for example, if you look at the FY2026 contract, you won't see a flat amount. Hey, this is how much we're being given. There's every month there's some negotiation too. Like, hey, well, this person was out. We got to prorate it. And so what was happening was we were receiving an offset. So we have our budget just like all the other budgets, and we have an offset because we were thinking about. Okay, that's how much we're going to get in the contract. So what happened last year is that, this current year that we're in, is that, as you said, 1.5 million for fiscal year 26, that offset that was added to the line item, I'm not sure if you see that on your line, but there is an offset, which is additional line, subtracted the entirety of the budget, so which left us day one at $0. So the problem is that since there was no conversation, what we ended up agreeing upon with the county, I mean, with the school board was less than that. You know, was, well, 1.39 is what we're projected to get. And so that leaves us at a negative, if that makes sense. When everything needs to come to a wash, let's make sure that we have that dialogue, because we were still under contract negotiations when a decision happened to add a line that subtracted the entirety of the budget. So like I said, you know, although it's a wash, but now we're at a negative because in a sense we're owing money because the amount of subtraction is more than what we're actually getting from the contract. Does that make sense?
It does. And I think additionally what I'm trying to understand is if these are school resource officers and they're being paid through by the Board of Education, why is there a contractual agreement between the Sheriff's Office and the Board of Education for these school resource officers? That part I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Because I thought they would, if it's through them, they would have their own set of funding, their own set of, hey, we're going to hire these resource officers through the Board of Education. We're staffing them. We're doing all of that. So we wouldn't even need to be involved.
Okay.
So, and that's where
Let me help you with
I'm
it.
not the subject matter expert.
All right. Back many years ago, the school board did not have their own, as a matter of fact, they just started their own security team, okay? They look at their officers of more security than law enforcement or whatever the case may be. With that said, there was a signed agreement many, many years ago that the office of sheriff would be the law enforcement entity for the school resource. So therefore, if the office of sheriff is going to be the primary law enforcement entity, they are not employed by the school system. They would be employed by the office of sheriff. They would operate under the guidelines and the policies and the power of the sheriff and not the Board of Education. As a matter of fact, when the Board of Education hired on their security or police or whatever the case may be, the agreement between the board and myself would be that we would continue to be that primary officer, and I made it clear because I did not want to end up in a situation like the Navalda situation. Who's in charge?
Right.
So it's still today that we are the primary law enforcement officers, law enforcement for the school. Now, getting back to the school resource officers, and I'll be very briefly with that, that is a valuable asset to our community as a whole.
I agree.
And I cheer them on just like I wish that the board can absorb every last one of those individuals and bring them on, because what happened, we use them in the time of crisis. We can call up the number of school resource officers and have them to come out and work. So it's a win-win for everybody, and I just thank the board for being so patient with that.
And I agree. I have kids in Newton County school system, 3 as a matter of fact. 1 is getting ready to graduate, praise God, in May. So then I'll just have 2. But it's a level of security, even for me as a parent, to have 3 students in our Newton County school system, and knowing that we have law enforcement there that can protect our babies and protect our children if something was to occur. So I'm very grateful. I just wanted to understand that concept. So thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Once again, I want to thank you for yesterday. I did not realize we were there 4 hours talking yesterday.
And I'm still billing you for that.
Okay, I figured that. So, and it was a great meeting we had. Reuben was there, Miss Brandy was there, the sheriff was there, everybody was there. So I think we had talked about on this board having some champions that would champion different areas, because we can't be all things to everyone. So of course I volunteered to do the sheriff's department and the jail and all that, which I love law enforcement, so that was my favorite thing to do. I'm kind of geek out about that stuff. But we had a great meeting yesterday, and I think I can provide the board with a lot of clarification on some things. I did ask a lot of hard questions. I did get good answers, some things that through communication, we're able to understand a little bit more. They will all, I'm sure we'll have more questions for you as we go through this detail. And then we will communicate back because I think that's important. We've talked about that many times, that sometimes understanding, I understood the offsets that they're talking about, and we're going to talk about how we can show that a little differently, how we can work that differently, because it's kind of not fair to take $1 million away from them from day one. But we're just going to show it differently. We talked about other revenue, we talked about grants, we talked about all kinds of things that we could do to try to make sure that their staff is what they need and be as efficient as possible. I asked them to look at several areas to see if they could see if there was any improvement in those areas, and that we would definitely look in our areas. So I think it was a very good meeting, very productive meeting yesterday. We're still going back and forth and getting some documents to each other that kind of confusing. But I just wanted to understand every bit of their budget process, their situation, and then that way I could come back to the board and have more discussions with you all about it. But anyway, so with that said, there's some things that we wrote down a lot of notes yesterday. They wrote down a lot of notes yesterday, so hopefully we can come together on these budgets and not make people feel like they got shorted or anything like that. So, all right. Thank you so much for your time again. When I walked out, I was like, oh my God, we were in there 4 hours. It did not feel like that. So it was a very productive meeting. When you're in a meeting and you don't feel like you're there for 4 hours, then it was a very good meeting. So thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff, and your staff, and for all you do.
Thank you.
We appreciate everybody over there, so thank you very much.
And Sheriff, that was Macon State Prison.
Pardon me?
That was Macon State Prison.
Macon. Gotcha.
I just wanted to make a quick statement about the coroner's budget. There was a little bit of technical difficulty with the system, so you're going to see zeros in a lot of her columns, but she has brought a spreadsheet with her actual request. So what she's bringing is her request, and you can kind of just ignore what's in the book.
Okay, thank you.
So my presentation will be very quick, brief, simple, and to the point. A whole lot has not changed with my budget for the new fiscal year. As you can see on the documents that were passed out to you all, the popular and indigent funding has been added. Traveling fees and dues for the Coroners Associations, and they were increased just by a little due to the fact of last year there were only 2 of us. This year there are 3. So I made the budget make sense for 3 employees versus 2. Based upon actually what I did to increase the budget with that was I looked over all of our documents as far as phone bill, their cases. I split everything up into 3, and that's how I came up with those prices. Other than those changes in the budget, I only have a few requests that I would like to see happen in our department in the near future. So in the Coroners Department, we have some areas where I feel that we need some improvement. I would like to thank all of you for taking the time to visit my ideas for the new location for the morgue, and which also be an office area for us. Thank you so much for taking your time and listening to those details in what I am looking for in that space. I am looking to see with the Coroners Department, I would like to have my longest deputy. I'm looking into having a chief deputy, if possible. With a chief deputy coroner, I will have more time with admin, paperwork, speaking to families,
families that come out to the office. Once we do a case, that case does not stop within 2 hours. You have cases that you work on for months at a time, along with all of the new cases that occur through the year. So with that being stated, but with the with a option of a chief deputy coroner, I would also ask if they are salary along with myself. Reason being is right now I am doing 80 to 90% of the cases due to them having other daytime jobs. So that would free me up to have more time to work with different departments such as GBI, labs, hospitals, things of that, departments of that nature. I would also like to look more into finding out a little bit more about the information about the cemetery for the coroner's office, the space that was purchased or looked into years ago for the coroner's office. Reason why, I have several cremains that need to be buried or dispositioned properly that are just sitting in my office. And I would like to have them buried, if possible. I feel that it will increase the number of those unclaimed cremains will increase due to the fact of the hospital look upon me when they have unclaimed decedents in their morgue. They call the coroner's office. So the coroner's office is also cremating those decedents if I cannot find family members. If family members are not responding or picking them up, I'm having to go to the hospital and also disposition those unclaimed remains. And I have also lately, one some of you all may be familiar with because of a complaint that I received from a personal care facility. That has become a pattern. I have recently been called out on a number of occasions to transport unclaimed hospice patients from personal care facilities that the coroner's office do not handle or even remotely do anything with hospice patients. But because these patients live in these personal care facilities, they are not, and they're saying, we don't know what to do then with them, call the coroner's office. What do I have to do? Go out and get the unclaimed decedents and handle the disposition, which is, those funds are coming from the indigent burial fundings. And it's becoming more and more frequent that I'm having those issues. So right now, I'm not asking for an increase because I'm trying to work with and find out a way that we can some kind of way hold them accountable. That if they have, patients in their home and if they're deathly ill, that's something in their contract policies and procedures that they are responsible for their passing. That's it. Any questions?
Commissioner Henderson.
Well, whenever you have a chance, maybe James, myself, and you will go down to the engine burial site off of Carroll Street that adjoins the graveyard. But the reason behind it was because several years ago, and even today, there were people who didn't have nowhere to bury them. And my heart was sad because there was somebody loved one. And so we took it upon a splash when a district commission could suggest where some of the money could be used, and we bought the property. I think paid about Lee Mellon's property, paid about $30,000 for it. And so the only thing I think it needs maybe is a little bit of work, some dirt on the property, because right beside the cemetery, you could build one there according to the county attorney at the time. And so we could bury those people. And with one stipulation that I insisted was that they had a name on whatever it was and a date of their birth, because we deserve better. But then it's up to you. You got some space. I'm not quite sure how many property is. But if we put on a real nice entrance there, it's fenced in now, a real nice interest that it could bury people in it, according to what he told me. So just sit there with Mr. James, our, our county manager, and wish you it. Make sure you know
Thank you.
where it's at. I'm through.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
She keeps changing that hair, I can't keep up with her.
Yeah. I knew a Patrick. Make sure I know who she is.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good day.
recent.
This time she
FY 2027 Budget Workshop to order March 12th, 2026. And I will ask Commissioner Mason, would you have our invocation? And Commissioner Cooper, if you would lead us in the pledge to the flag, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let us all bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us back to this time of business for Newton County one more time. We thank you for all the amazing things that have occurred in this amazing county and all the things that are going to happen. We ask that as we move back into this next portion of our budget hearings, God, that you would allow all the presentations to be clear, concise, and that this board will understand, and that we will be able to truly make the best financial decisions for our county that will enhance the quality of lives of our community. And we'll give you all the kingdom, honor, and the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to Brittany White, our Finance Director.
Thank you. So now we're going to move into our appropriations section of presentations. I will mention that you're going to see different data for the appropriations, as they are not county departments. They are appropriations that we appropriate, so they're going to have funding sources from many different places. I'll also mention there is a summary of their request on page 162. There are two on here that have no amounts due to some issues with Adobe. When they sent over the forms, they were blank, but I've gotten with both of them this morning and gotten updated numbers. So Alcovy CASA's request is going to be $30,000 this year, and Economic Development's request is going to be $350,000 this year. And we will start our presentations first with Alcovy CASA.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me. I'm always appreciative that you guys ask us to speak, and I'm also very appreciative that it starts with Alcovy, so I get to go first. I've always made it my goal to speak quickly, so hopefully I can help get you guys back on session. I know I have some familiar faces. I know I have some new faces. So in the past, when I've spoken about CASA, it's been a lot of familiar faces that really know what we do. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to explain what Alcovy CASA is and what we do. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Q&A is always my favorite, so please ask questions. So CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocate. We advocate for children that are in foster care through Newton County in our juvenile court system. The court appointed part means that we are in partnership with our juvenile court. So it is a collaboration between those two to make sure that our juvenile courts are interested in getting the latest, the most current, the fact-based recommendations on what's in the best interest of our kids in Newton County. We also have a strong partner in DFACS, who you will hear from in 2 sessions from now. It's a group collaborative work where we all can work together to ensure the best interest of our children and our families in Newton County. I am thankful for you guys who have always been a consistent funder of ours and a supporter of ours. I am very thankful for the office space that we take over at the old Cousins Middle School. We have had a lot of the Alumni Association from Cousins from before come through and take a tour and knock on our doors and want to see the renovations, and they are all so incredibly happy, the ones that I have met, with the changes that you guys have done, and we're also thankful to be a part of that building's history at this point. It has been a long time since I have come to the Board of Commissioners and asked for a change in our appropriation request. I think last year I asked for a $1,000 request, but this year is more significant. As you guys have noticed in the federal government, there's a lot of things that are changing across the board, and they are trickling down into our nonprofits, and they are trickling down into how we are able to serve our children. Next year, 29% of our funding is gone. And that's not something because Alcovy CASA has done something, that is because that funding is no longer available from the federal government. But once upon a time, this funding source paid for every staff member's salary and benefits. Now it is going to pay part of that is going away. It's in two sections. One major section is completely going away. The section that is remaining will pay for part of one person's salary and no benefits. So we are really working on, and have been, we've seen the writing on the wall for many years. We have diversified a lot of our funding, and this is part of the diversification process for us, is asking for additional funding from you guys to support our Newton County children. Children with a CASA volunteer, statistics show, are in care for less amount of time than their counterparts who do not have a CASA volunteer. Our CASA volunteers are advocating for our kids. They are in the homes. They are seeing what is needed. And they are the person in a case that can be consistent. They're the one showing up every month who has time to sit down and to play a board game or to go outside and play a basketball game and really have that deep connection with that child and really hear what that child is having to say. It's an overworked system. And CASA is the person who can come in and really find out information on what's going on, what's in the best interest of the child. And again, that court-appointed part also means that we have a court order to go in and find out the rest of that information about that child. We're checking in with mental health providers. We're checking in with medical personnel. We're checking in with teachers and foster parents, biological family, any and everyone who is important and interested in that child's life, and then presenting it to the judge. So when they do hear that case, they have current information. Judge Edgar loves to say, like, we just see the tip of the iceberg, and CASA helps us understand what's under the water on a case. They're only seeing a case once every few months for a limited amount of time. Whew. Sorry, I feel like I've done all that in one breath. Very good. What questions do you guys have? Again, I know some of you guys are new or in seeing me up here. Is there any questions I can answer for you guys about Alcovy CASA?
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
And I think you probably think I'm on a new face, but I spent a lot of time with the juvenile investigator, and during that time I did work closely with CASA.
Fantastic.
So I'm very familiar with it. I think it's an excellent program. And as a juvenile investigator, I've had the opportunity to go out and talk to some of the volunteers and some of the workers. And it is very, you're correct, you can get a lot of information on the juveniles just by speaking with the workers. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I can remember, I think wasn't it you and your husband? We had, I'm not sure, over at Costa, we had talked, we were looking at renovating it before we renovated, and we talked about it.
I know we talked about it. My husband may have been there. There's no telling. He's a nonprofit husband. They get struck into a lot of things.
He's a nonprofit person, I agree. And I think one point they was at that particular time they were talking about moving Costa, and I think we had not you and your husband, but we had a discussion. I said, well, I like Costa. I said, I think it's was great for the community. It's great for the community. And so we discussed, and then thought that was Costa because the Alumni Association, they had a room there, and so we had to look at it and think about adding a room in the newer part of the building, and which that was what they done, and I think everything worked out real good.
It's a beautiful building.
There's another piece over there at Cousins, since I'm gonna drift off to it, and it's a driver license facility. I think right now we have an opportunity, and you can speak with Mr. Jason, and again the state to pay for it. We could build it, and they reimbursed our money for a newer driver license facility. And so I think that's something we really need to look at, and if it can be done, we do it as soon as possible. Costa, number one.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
We appreciate you presenting. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Viewpoint Health.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Eric Norton. I am the CFO for Viewpoint Health. With me is Darryl Corder. He's the director of our SUD program over at our Kirkland campus. So I just first would like to thank you for the continued support that we have received from Newton County over the years, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to request ongoing funding for the next fiscal year. As you know, but for the record, Viewpoint Health is a community service board established under House Bill 1100 in 1994. We are a safety net provider for mental health, substance abuse, and intellectual and developmental disabilities serving Gwinnett, Rockdale, and Newton counties. We provide numerous services to approximately 18,000 individuals a year. In 2025, we served approximately 1,900 Newton County residents, most of them receiving services at our outpatient clinic located at 8201 Hazelbrand Road in Covington. And we also have a clubhouse called Strive Clubhouse located on Access Road. And then we have the substance abuse services that are down at the Kirkland campus that Darryl will be able to speak more to. We are grateful to have received funding since FY2007, and we hope to continue to receive great support from you in the years to come. Today, we are requesting $286,320 in funding. This does represent an increase of $52,000 more than was granted in the current year. Of that amount, $32,000 would fund the installation and purchase of security cameras. Cameras would provide 24/7 monitoring, close coverage gaps, and are most cost-effective compared to hiring security guards. In addition, cameras help to maintain the therapeutic environment where security guards can make it feel like we are policing a criminal element, and that is not the environment that we want on that campus. We are also requesting $15,000 to fund prescription medication co-pays. With the end of ARPA funding, the Newton County residents have lost access to a critical support resource. Lastly, we're asking for $5,000 to be used for transportation vouchers to ensure access to in-person psychiatric evaluations, injections, and clinical monitoring. I'm gonna try to keep you on schedule and not take up too much of your time, but we'll now go through the presentation. And page 4, please. Yep.
There, right there. All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
As Eric shared, my name is Darryl Corder, and I have the fortunate privilege of being the director and leading our residential SUD, so substance use disorder services, and MAT services. MAT, medication assisted treatment. And we pretty much have a big campus right there off of Kirkland Road that we have slowly and intentionally built out and developed over the years. Many of y'all probably know, y'all probably always heard of Grand Recovery Center that has been over there. So that was the one substance use disorder program we had. It's a 28-day intensive residential program. And since 2018, we have steadily been building out a continuum of care that allows us to really support folks who've been struggling with substance use challenges. And for some individuals who started our detox unit, then they transition to GRAN, and then they can also transition to our long-term 12 to 18-month recovery residence. And it's like you really get to walk with people along their recovery journey where they go from pretty much a crisis situation, sometimes homeless, unemployed, all of those things, and then through the process, they transition into independent living. Some of y'all, may have heard we have a pretty good reputation, especially in our 18-month program, where I think there are some businesses, particularly I know the owner at Mamie's, I think their preference is only to hire folks who are in our 18-month program because they know just how responsible and reliable they are, and things like that. But I wanted to speak to you today about some of the ongoing challenges that we see in the state, here in Newton County, and y'all know that's related to the opioid crisis. Just real quick, if y'all see the graph there, we know that the things peaked during COVID. Here in our country, there were over 100,000, opioid-related deaths. And if you see how those bar graphs, probably from like 2015 until about 2022, the things doubled. And that's primarily directly related to illicit manufacturing of fentanyl. It was probably around 2015 when fentanyl started, circulating. sorry y'all, it was around 2015 when fentanyl really started kind of circulating in our communities. If we scroll to the next one, this graph right here with the line graph, you'll see that the one that's the highest, that's synthetic opioids. And if you see the caveat there, it's illicit manufacturing of fentanyl. Now the other thing that stands out to me, if you notice the yellow line and the red line, that's actually amphetamines and cocaine. If you look in the early years, that yellow and red line was near the bottom. So if you slide up to the next, when we look at Newton County, now this is from 2023. The Department of DBHDD did a community assessment back in 2023. And because this was when, you know, ARPA funding was coming to the, well, ARPA funding was starting to end, but the Opioid Abatement Settlement Trust was, you know, coming to communities. And so we did a community needs assessment. And some of the Newton County data from 2023, there were 17 opioid-related deaths. Now, one thing that's positive, I don't like saying positive when there's opioid deaths, but the state average per capita is about 23. The nation average is about 24 deaths per 100,000. So Newton County is below that. But at the end of the day, I think one death to you know, synthetic opioids is far too many. The largest increase that we've seen in Newton County is for adults ages 25 to 34. And then if you double click on that, 59% of those deaths were among, you know, African-American residents, primarily, you know, black males. Now, when you look into part of that kind of challenge and where you're seeing this trend, you're seeing more fentanyl dominance is what they call it. That's the primary driver of fatal overdoses. And this is where it gets interesting. That yellow and red line that I pointed out, how amphetamines and cocaine related deaths increased, it's because of the polysubstance crisis, where oftentimes now, and I'm gonna disclose to you, I'm a person in long-term recovery myself. May the 2nd, I'll have 24 years clean and sober. You know, thank y'all so much. Alcohol and cocaine were my drugs of choice. But back in 97, 98, and 99, when I was going and scoring cocaine, it was mostly just cocaine. Now, it was cut with other stuff, but it was not cut with fentanyl. Nowadays, people might be thinking they're getting methamphetamines or cocaine, but it's cut with fentanyl. Kids who might be thinking they're getting counterfeit Xanax or counterfeit Percocets in school is cut with fentanyl. So that's a big contributing factor. If you go to the next slide, this kind of zooms out, bigger picture for Region 3. Synthetic opioid deaths rose 321% from 2018 to 2022. Youth, or young people, 20 to 24, increased by 150%. Now this is where it starts getting into how we've been intentional about some of the requests and how we've built out our continuum of care. In Region 3, there was no standalone detox center for years and years. You know, y'all have all heard of the Crisis Stabilization Unit in Lawrenceville, where sometimes Newton County residents who are in mental health crisis or needing detox might go there. Well, largely thank you to the Board of Commissioners. Y'all know several years ago, y'all helped us renovate one of our facilities so that we could open a standalone detox center, which has been operating since March of 2023. That's a big impact. The other thing that's the newest program for us, when they did the needs assessment, apart from the Rockdale House for Women, what they identified was there was no specific residential program targeted to women that is specifically for women who are struggling with opioid use disorder. A lot of residential programs out there, but if you're someone struggling with opioids and you need to be on buprenorphine, not many recovery residences will accept someone who's on buprenorphine, which that's the box on Subutex. Well, we were, thanks to the regional committee, the opioid, the RAC here in our area, we got funding to open we call it WINGS, Women Initiating New Growth and Strength. That program we launched last year. And it's, if we kind of scroll on up, it is a 6 to 12 month program funded by the Regional Action Committee here in our area, and we serve women who are diagnosed with opioid use disorder who can benefit from being on buprenorphine. And that's one of the things that I think Viewpoint Health is doing really well compared to other community service boards. We're a little bit ahead of the curve in that we're already integrating medications for addiction treatment into our programming, meaning allowing access for people to access those life-saving medications. And then the last, I think I've got one more, talks about the detox center. You know, we transitioned from DBHDD funding to opioid abatement trust funding just actually this year. And so we provide 24/7 nursing care, medically monitored withdrawal management, and then we also have peer support, care coordination, and linkage to ongoing treatment. And remember when I talked about that continuing care, detox is 5 to 7 days. Oftentimes 5 to 7 days, someone's not going to be able to make the changes in their life that is really needed, but when you can keep them connected to care for a longer period of time, then they're able to get stable and have a solid recovery foundation. Since we started serving, opened our doors in March of 2023, we've served over 600 individuals at our detox center, and what's important is it's just right around 65% of those folks, when they complete detox, have transitioned to another level of care, meaning that they get to continue their ongoing recovery efforts. So we are starting to see the impact there. And you heard Eric talking about the request for the security cameras. So this is a aerial shot from Google of the campus. And it's the two buildings right there in the middle where you see SA Res and Wings and Graham. Those are the two facilities right now to where we don't have updated, security and camera systems. And, we do work with a high-risk population. And, this is where folks, kind of live, especially if they're in our 12 to 18-month program. They're there for 18 months living on this campus. And so cameras really can make a difference that can help us have a little bit more safety, security, oversight, accountability, and things like that. And I believe, just spoke about the benefits. And that brings us to the end there. Any questions, or what questions might y'all have for us about Kirkland campus or Viewpoint Health as a...
Commissioner Long.
I'm sorry, I keep reminding you to talk in the mic, but we were trying to record this and people at home can't hear. So that's why I keep reminding you. That's okay. You have a soft-spoken voice anyway. So my question is I was working on the sheriff department budget yesterday, and they have another $200,000 in their budget for Viewpoint Health. Are y'all familiar with that?
Yes, that would be for our co-responder program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's not services overlapping with these two?
No, it's not.
Okay, all right. And I did experience a very positive thing from Viewpoint Health. I know that Bell's Groceries used to help a lot, and I helped them sell their building, and they closed their business. But there was a young lady that worked there and was in your program, and I had to take her home one day, and I didn't know anything about it. And so it was great because I was able to sit and talk with her for a few minutes about her journey and how great it's been with Viewpoint. So for me, that was a great testimony because we just happened to, the Lord put us together and we had this conversation. It was so good. So I was proud to see that the program was very good, and she spoke highly of the program and her journey. So for me, when you get a testimonial from somebody that is unexpected, it's always nice to hear as a county commissioner that we are doing the right thing. I do want to see if you guys could help with the building that we have on the access road. That building's in terrible repair. I know you don't own it. There's a landlord there, and I'm familiar with the other tenant in the building, and we've been trying to get both people to help us get the tenant to maintain that building, and also we'll bring code enforcement if we need to, because Viewpoint is a reflection on Newton County, and I want to make sure that when somebody is in our care, just like you say, that it feels good for them. It's a good impression of them to get better. And I think the exterior of that building is very lacking. So I don't know if you've been by there to see it or anything. And I know that Commissioner Mason and I have discussed, and he's talked to some people he's on your board, and he and I have discussed it, and I know he's working with somebody else at Viewpoint on that. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is a concern that if you were taking me there, I'd be like, oh, what is wrong here? So because it's a reflection on y'all too and us. So just wanted to bring that out.
Sure thing. And I think our next board meeting is at that location.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Eric. Thank you guys both for your presentation. I can attest, being a board member representing Newton County, the services that we see Viewpoint Health provide to, Newton, Rockdale, Gwinnett, and now Clayton counties, when we see the services that they provide from a mental health, from a substance abuse perspective, from a housing perspective, the work that Viewpoint Health does is tremendous. And I must say, and I have to brag on us, we just had our board meeting this week, and it's so comforting to know, and I just want the record to show, Viewpoint Health, the best CSB in the state of Georgia. It is what it is. And a lot of other CSBs, and even our commissioner that supports us, they really look to Viewpoint Health as a model and how we do things in that CSB culture and community. They look to Viewpoint to say, hey, you all have set the standard. We have an amazing CFO. I brag on him all the time, and I'm just going to say it to his face. Amazing CFO. When I tell you he is an excellent steward of every single dollar that comes through that CSB, through Viewpoint Health, it's just amazing. And for me to sit in those board meetings every single month and hear the positive impact that Viewpoint is help making, and how we're taking every single dollar, every single penny that we're getting, and really stretching it to the best of our ability and making sure that those funds are being used properly is just phenomenal. I can go on and on and on about Viewpoint, but I just want this board to know, even what they're asking for, trust me, they will take every single portion of it and will make sure that it goes to the right place. And just to tag on what Commissioner Long said, I did speak to our CEO, Jennifer Hibbert, in regards to that location and, of course, the appearance of that location. And so I believe that she's really doing her best to work on that and make sure that it is more presentable. And we know that, Viewpoint doesn't own it, but we can definitely work with the owner to, work through those things to make it look nice. So thank you all for the continued work. Thank you for allowing little old me to be able to sit on the board and, represent Newton County and just and show the great work that Viewpoint Health does.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. I just also want to extend an invite to all of you to come out to the Kirkland campus and see the great work that's being done out there.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was when we had some Arthur funding. I think I was one on behalf of District 3. What was Commissioner Mason? I think it was $300,000 to help with that.
400 actually.
You'd help with, for the outpatient people come in, and I think at the ribbon cutting it was Sheriff Levitt, Sheriff Brown, and all others, and we thought that was just a terrific milestone. And being the district commissioner of that particular area, because my district runs on down a little bit beyond there, we thought there was something that's good. And we do need to appropriate some monies for it. And there's something I think this board should really consider. I just want to say this, and I said all that to say this. Let us work together, us district commissioners with the district commissioner, because I have been kind of put a little bit in my place by voting a little early, say, oh no, it's not your. So let's work together on doing something really more positive in our community too as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say one last thing. I have to put this out there. We have the best CEO as well. Jennifer Hibbert is phenomenal. And so, her at the head really leading this amazing organization. It's just an honor and a privilege to even work with her grace, her style, her intellect. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. That's why, we have great staff, great people, a great culture. I know there have been some people that have tried to come and before this board and put not so positive things about Viewpoint Health, but I'm going to stand firm on my 2 feet and say that the work that you all do and the work that Viewpoint Health does, it is just, it's out of this world. And so thank you all once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you. Next, it's DFAX.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I am Kenya Wooden. I'm the County Director for Newton County DFAX. And we currently have, in Newton County, we have 70 children in foster care that are placed outside of Newton County. So we have a lot of high need kids in Newton County. So we have a lot of children with severe mental health, a lot of kids with severe behavior, which impacts their ability to remain in this community. So we are working to try to strengthen foster parents so that they have the tools that they need to be able to parent these level of kids. And so to give you an example of the level of kids that we're dealing with, 2 weeks ago we had a child in the office, and she attacked one of our staff, and she was bruised on her head, face, neck, legs. So we endure a lot in the work that we do to try to meet the needs of families in the community. But we can't do our jobs without the support of the county, right? So we are only allotted so much from the state on the state level, but it costs all of us to be able to meet the need of the families in our community. And so through the county funds that you all give us, we utilize that money to support the county in different ways. And so we have families that's coming through with food insecurities. And so I myself have going to the grocery stores, taking food out to the community to give to families. Around Thanksgiving time, we put together Thanksgiving boxes to give to families that comes across to us, with needs. We help at Christmas time, ensuring not only just foster kids have things for Christmas, but other kids in the community have things as well. We work really, really hard to try to work with families when we're dealing with situations where children are having to be removed. We really try to start with family. We're always calling, trying to seek family members to help support in those situations so that children are not placed with strangers. Even though children are removed to keep kids safe, it is still trauma anytime a child is removed from their families. And when children are removed, they're not just removed from their families, they're removed from the community, right? And so these kids are not part of their sporting leagues, not part of the same schools and churches and things of that nature. We do partner a lot with churches in the community. They are a huge support for us in helping families, because a lot of times we'll send families over to churches to get support and to get help. We really try to work really, really hard to be good stewards of the funds that we receive. And so when families are in need of, I'll use rental support for an example, we do budgets with them. We sit and we try to figure out what is the problem that's stemming to how you get where you are. And if we provide the funding for you, how are you going to maintain? So we try to really work with them on budgeting and making good decisions and being good stewards of the incomes that they do have. We serve about, like last year, we served over 1,500 families just on the CPS side of the house. And that's just us receiving reports of allegations of child abuse and neglect. And so that doesn't even cross over into the threshold of family preservation and foster care. That's just simply reports that we receive with allegations of child abuse and neglect. We're not a large office, right? And so when I'm saying 11 over 1,500 just for CPS. I only have a staff of 11, and that's counting me, right? And so we don't have a huge amount of people that's going out responding to these reports of allegations of substance abuse, educational neglect, and we have a lot of educational neglect in this county, a lot of truancy issues, a lot of delinquent issues with youth in this county. But we serve them to the best of our ability. And so with our staff, we have staff that we're always on call. So I'm on call 365 days a year, but our case managers are also on call. So they're on an on-call rotation. And so our work is not an 8 to 5 job. Most of the contact and visits and things that we have with families is after 5 o'clock. So you come to work at 8 o'clock and you work a full day, but you don't really start going out into the community and seeing families until after 5, because we try not to interrupt school. We want our families to be employed, so we wait till people get off from work. So the work days are very, very long. Overall, DFACs overall, right, have a very high turnover rate because of the nature of the work. The nature of the work and the hours that we put in. But I do want to say, for Newton County, we did have a case manager that was promoted to a case manager 3, which is unheard of in DFACs now because the turnover rate is so great. And so we have 3 case managers now in Newton County that has been in Newton County for 3+ years. That is unheard of, to be able to maintain staff that long, which is crazy, right? Because 3 years is short. It's a very short time span, but most people within DFACs, they leave the agency within 6 months to a year. That first year of work is hard. It is a huge learning curve for people. And so to maintain someone on staff, right now I feel like we got 3 case managers that has been on for 3+ years, and I have a tech that's been here for 4 years, and I've been in Newton County for 5 years. And so that's a positive thing for Newton County to be able to maintain staff, but we wouldn't be able to maintain staff if we wasn't able to help people, right? And so we need you all, and I appreciate the fact that you all do assist and help. And our board is really, really great. But we do have 2 seats that need to be filled. So for District 3 and District 5, those seats need to be filled for our board. I don't know the full process because when I came in, the board was already established, but I do need some assistance in getting those seats filled. Yeah. Okay, okay. And so I have spoken with like representatives from the school system and from the sheriff's department, so I can email you all their information if you want to reach out to them. But what questions do you all have for me as it relates to the work that we do in DFACs?
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you being here, and it sounds like it's a definitely congratulations to you for being able to build a staff, because you know the leader is part of the building process, and I know that what you guys do is hard and emotional, and there's a lot to that. So we do thank you, and thank you for being the leader of 5 years here in Newton County, because I've seen you many times, and it's nice to see the same person over and over again. And I have not had one complaint from DFACs this time around. When I was in office before, we did, and that was 25 years ago. So, so I appreciate what you're doing. Do y'all receive funding from anyone else besides us?
No. Like
so
just the normal
you don't get
state,
it from state funding of any kind? There is some state funding.
Like for an example, I know you all have heard of like the budget issues with DFACs, and then like the decrease of them allowing us to do the service authorizations for services. Right. And so the myth is that services completely stopped, right? That's not true. So what happened is it forced us, to me, to go back to like old-fashioned social work from like when I was a case manager. We didn't just do service offers. We worked within our community, right? And so it's forcing younger staff, newer staff to understand that concept. So before you just signing off on funding for this, and this, have you reached out in the community to see what services? And so really what it has really sparked is more communication amongst the community of what we have and how people in the community are able to meet needs. But we do have a lengthier process to get things approved. So where I used to could, or a supervisor could sign off on things, now it goes all the way up to the state level. And so we do what we call an SBAR, and it's where you're just really in a short format, putting out the why. So it's really creating an atmosphere of being better stewards of money and not just signing things off, really justifying how and why you're spending money.
So was there not some state I know that Governor Kemp and Ms. Marty Kemp have been proponents of your department and what you guys do, but you know, have you ever had to reach out to our local delegation, try to get help or anything from those people?
No, I really like with the county funds that we receive. So in the 5 years that I have been here, I haven't asked for an increase. I feel like we need to really be able to budget and work with what we have, right? And so, like I said, when people are reaching out or when families are coming into the lobbies, right? And I used a lady who was really, you could just tell by her body language, she was desperate, right? And needing food. And so we utilized some of the funds to I just went to the grocery store, and well, a church had donated some gift cards, and I just went and purchased groceries for her and took them to her house. So the funds that you all provide allows us to be able to help a lot of families, because we touch people like really at their lowest points of life, right? And so we get to come in contact with a lot of people that really do desperately need. But in all things, you do have some people who, when you're trying to do the budget with them, they want to hide stuff, right? So you have some people who, and then so when I start asking a lot of questions, then you start having people kind of like backtrack. So that's why we do that process. We're going to talk through, I want to see your budget. I want to see what the income is. I want to know what you're doing with your money, because you have to help people understand that to meet their own needs. And the whole, you know, like mission and vision of DFACS as a whole is for families to be self-sufficient and not dependent upon everybody else, right? So showing them how sometimes people are like, well, I don't have enough money for this and that. But then when I start looking at things, you actually do, right? It's how you are budgeting your money and what you're spending money on. And then like it really supports the staff, because like we don't get phone calls or emails of anything positive for us. Like you don't get anybody calling to say that you're doing a good job or thank you for anything. And so using some of the county funds, because you all provide like a supplement to staff, and then that helps with retention. To maintain staff, because you know they get the supplement, and then it helps because the supplement that you all give, they usually get it on December the 15th, and then staff is able to use that for money for their own families. But a lot of people think that I have like a checkbook or a credit card, and that's not how it works. Like I don't have those things where I could just write off stuff for people. But it really, I don't know how we would make it if we didn't have county funds to be able to help people. And the way that the world is going, the need for help, I mean, it's just increasing. We have a lot of families with food insecurities. And even though when people think of DFACS, they only think of children, we have a lot of elderly families that do not have and that really, really need help. And so we're able to, like at Thanksgiving time, those food boxes really, really help them as well. It's a lot of elderly families that come through you know, applying for Medicaid and Medicare and stuff like that, and they really, really have needs.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wooten, for this presentation, and thank you for the work that you do. I get an opportunity to have conversations with Dr. Lambert on a regular basis, and he always gives me positive feedback in regards to what you all are doing, how you're doing it, how efficient you are. And so I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. And that was Commissioner Long asked my question that I was going to ask, because I was looking and it says that, you know, we basically give you 100%. And I'm like, well, so you don't get funding do you get grant funding at all? Are you able to get grant funding, or you don't get state or federal funding at all?
So like the state have what they'll do, like each region, because the state is broken up into regions. And so we are region 5. And so on the regional level, the region is given a budget.
Okay.
And then the regional director takes that budget and then do things.
Disperses it.
Amongst the 12 counties, because it's 12 counties within our region 5.
Okay. And so, but you are getting some of that funding to kind of help with.
So everything we start with state funding.
Okay. And so this is just really to supplement what you guys need to continue the work that you're doing. Excellent.
And then it allows us to touch people's lives in different ways.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people really associate DFACS just with child abuse and neglect. They don't think about the amount of people that's coming through our front door for food stamps, TANF, Medicaid, right? And so for last year, we served over 24,000 families for Medicaid alone. We served over 10,000 people with food stamps, and close to about 85 people with TANF. And TANF is that cash assistance. And so like that's a high, we don't really have a lot to do with cash assistance, right? So it's only 85, but that's a lot of people that's coming through those doors that have different needs. And so customer service is like one of my focuses for this year. Because most people, when you hear about defects, you always hear about the grumpy old person at the front door, right, in the front lobby. And so it's working with them. And so about 2 weeks ago, I had them to watch the Chick-fil-A training video. Because, like, when you think of Chick-fil-A, most of the time you go to you get really good service. Everybody's happy to be employed for Chick-fil-A, right? I need y'all to feel the same way. Be happy that you're employed with defects. And so I had them to watch that training video that they have their staff to watch. And so the training video just talks about everyone has a story. I don't know your story, right? I'm meeting you, but I don't know what you went through even before you got here today. And so when we take things like that into consideration, we should always treat people with kindness and respect because we don't know. And if you just think about things just on that one simple level, it should cause you to be better. And I take pleasure in the work that I do because it allows me to be a servant. And I feel like in order to really do this work and to do it on this level, you have to have a servant's heart because that's what we're here to do. And so I take pride in that and how we treat people. But that video is a really short video, but it really impacts you because everybody that came through that door, down to like a 5-year-old child, was experiencing something. But you don't know how your smile, your giving them a piece of paper that's directing them to something further to help them, how that makes a difference. And so we had one family that we helped her pay her rent, but she sent this long email back about how it sparked something in her to find her not wanting to be in this situation again. She enrolled in school. She had her child to work on getting their GED where they was just lax, right? She was motivated. So you don't know how what you're doing impact other people.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your leadership and for your innovation because from what I hear, it really is being shown and felt throughout the community with the work that you're doing. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just basically was trying to find out when your next board meeting.
Our next board meeting is on the 16th at 8:30.
16th? 8:30?
a.m. And right now our board is still like virtual. So it's a number that you just dial into. So if you send me an email, I can forward you that information.
Did you bring any cards with you?
I might have some in my purse.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Okay, thank you.
This time we'll take a 15-minute break.
So good morning, everyone. My name's Joseph Sternberg. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for GNR Public Health, which serves Gwinnett, Newton, and Rockdale counties. With me is Miss Betty Vitale, who's our Chief Financial Officer. I think this is my second or third time speaking before y'all, and I appreciate, oh, can you hear me now? And I appreciate the opportunity. We are requesting level funding from last year and the previous years, $187,550. And in your kind of subsidy application, it kind of describes what we do with those funds. Basically, we provide clinical services, immunizations, health and wellness checks, breast cancer screenings, a wide variety of stuff, and then all the regulatory services. And again, you have that in your packet. The one thing I wanted to talk about this morning are 3 initiatives that we've kind of started using some of the funds that we get from the county. The first is hiring staff, of course, and for the first time in a long time, we have finally hired all the nurses that we need. If anybody knows anything about the nursing situation, it is a shortage everywhere. We are competing with other health departments. We're competing with private providers. We're competing with the hospitals. And public health cannot hire them at the same salaries. So we kind of have to find those individuals that have a passion for the community, and we have finally brought them on board. I want to say within the last 2 weeks, we finally got everybody staffed. The second thing that we have done is hired a food safety educator, which comes into our restaurants all throughout our 3 counties and provides on-site education and training to new restaurant operators. If anybody's ever been in the restaurant business, usually that first inspection from when you open up is the one that hits you the hardest. Everybody thinks they can run a restaurant well, but once they have to start implementing those regulations, it's a massive learning curve. So we hired this individual to go out to these restaurants before we do that first inspection, do mock inspections with them, do training based on their unique processes that are going on in their establishment. So when we come out for that first inspection, they know what to expect. And that's been in place for about 6 months. And since it's been in place, we are seeing those first routine inspection scores go up by about 20 points. And, you know, again, for those first time inspections, it can kill a restaurant to get a 60 on their first inspection. So with us, you know, coming in and offering this free service to them, scores are in the 80s, 90s, even up to 100, which is fantastic. The second thing that we've done is put together, and I try to give y'all something every year that y'all can keep, is we've put together these food service welcome kits. So when we go out and do, again, these first inspections with individuals, they are usually usually, you know, they've just opened up, they're not really operational yet, but we have to go in and do an opening inspection, and they are invariably missing something. Test strips, thermometers, hair nets, those kinds of things. So we put a kit together for them that has 4 hanging thermometers, the digital probe thermometer, hair nets, test strips for the chemical sanitizer, and those kind of things that we give them for free, which enables them to open up versus scheduling an appointment and us coming back out and kind of delaying their opening process. So those are some of the things that we have done. The kits are brand new, I want to say within the last month that we've started rolling those out. Any questions?
You found a problem and you made a solution to try to help somebody. It's like a checklist. I'm so excited about that. I think that is great. I'm all about some checklists and giving people the answers to make 100 instead of giving them a bad grade and then coming back. So I think that's great. As we try to grow our economic and get restaurants here, we want to make sure that we definitely have the right scores, but this is a great idea. Yep. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for what you guys do for us.
Thank you. And there's a QR code on there, and there's also a big magnet for their refrigerators that will take them to our website so they can access all the forms, the posters they have to print out, and all that other kind of stuff. So we try to make it as easy as possible while still staying in the confines of the regulations. We want everyone that eats in a restaurant to be eating in a healthy restaurant. So we won't bend the rules, but we will try to make it as easy as possible for them to meet the rules. So, any questions? Okay. Thank y'all. And y'all can keep that box. Thank you.
I am Cassandra Brooks, the center manager for the Head Start here in Newton County. This is Miss Teresa Burks, our comptroller. Some background information. Head Start is a federally funded preschool serving children birth to 5, and we also serve pregnant moms at no cost to the parents. Generally, what we ask for, what you all usually give our program as a contribution and support is a little over $4,100. I'm asking for a slight increase to 6, and the reason for it is to purchase materials for a resource room, and that's to cut costs across the board, short term and long term, so that we can make a lot of our materials instead of having to purchase them. We can make them in-house. We can create more family engagement activities so that the children can have hands-on learning experiences at school as well as in home. And it would just be a great cost-saving measure if we could get support with buying that, because I'm not sure if you all are aware, we did not get an increase in funding. We're flat funded. So I'm looking to the community to kind of help us offset some of the costs for getting these things purchases for our 9 classrooms, and we serve 120 children in the Newton County area every year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brooks, for being here. You know that I love McIntosh Trail. They say I make too much money for them to my kids to actually go there, so I did get an opportunity to allow them to go to the summer program, you know, which is non-income based. And I know the first time that I brought, he's 9 now, and put him in that summer program, I wanted to see what McIntosh Trail had to offer. Mm-hmm. And so when TJ came to that program, I mean, he was so prepared. He was so ready for kindergarten, and it just really put him, you know, at a whole nother level. And then to see Tristan, you know, come through that program, that summer program, and prepared, you know, his teacher would say, he's so smart, but, you know, he gets bored because he's like done with everything and he's waiting on the other kids. So I have to do things to keep him active, you know. And so I allude that to McIntosh Trail, preparing both of my baby boys, you know, during that transition, preparing them for kindergarten. It was just an amazing program. And when I come there, you all have a great culture, great environment, great educators, great teachers. I'm just a firm believer that, you know, it starts with the head. And because of your attitude and because of what you do and because of your leadership, you really set the tone for the culture. Even when you walk into the building, you know, everybody's there. They're greeting you. You know, I mean, it's just an amazing, amazing environment. And so, unfortunately, I will not be having another child. So I'm sorry, but I will not be coming back to McIntosh Trail again in that capacity. But I will always be there to support McIntosh Trail. Whatever you need, you know, I've gone back and I've read to the kids. You've called me and asked me, hey, Commissioner Mason, come and read to the kids. I love doing it. And the kids are so smart and so intelligent, and you all prepare them so well. And so I'm just a firm believer that, you know, you all have taken the appropriations that we have given you historically and truly put them to work. Even when you had, you know, the dad breakfast, I got an opportunity to come to the dad breakfast and see all of these amazing fathers. You know, sometimes we focus on mothers and what they do in the home and how they give. But you have taken another step out and said, you know what, let's acknowledge these dads. We have a lot of dads that are dropping their kids off, that are being here. So I want to acknowledge their presence and let them know we see you, we recognize you. And so for me to come to that dad breakfast and just see how, I mean, that whole room was full. It was packed to capacity with dads and the kids. And so it was just great. So thank you for what you do for the community. And so I would just encourage this board to continue to support McIntosh Trail because you all are an asset to our community.
Thank you
So
for your
thank you.
support.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can remember a long time ago with Mr. H.A. Johnson. He contacted me at home and before y'all move where you're at now, and he was telling about this building that where it was big enough to get more kids to service in the community. It was around the Spring Hill, Covington area. But the good news was it served more kids, and more kids were being educated, including mine too as well, Commissioner Mason. My sons also, they went there, and I'm glad they didn't say ask me what I made, which I'm pretty sure I fell into the category, but it was just really something good, and we enjoyed it, and the personnel were really, they were just really nice people, and I was just glad to be a little bit of part of it, and it just made me feel good.
Thank you.
And I'm pretty sure if I feel good back then, Commissioner Mason feel good now, I'm pretty more people feel good even better in the future, so we need to do what we need to do and continue to give them appropriation that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you. And we invite all of you all to come and visit Head Start.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Washington Street.
Good afternoon and
Good
greetings
afternoon.
from Washington Street Community Center. And here with me today is Ms. Carolyn Hightower, our Finance Director, along with Board Member Dr. Melvin Baker, for which you guys are all very much familiar. I just want to start off this presentation by saying that it's been a wonderful, loving 23 years of building the Washington Street Community Center. And it's been an absolute joy to watch it grow to where it is today. So I precede that with saying that we need your support. We need your continued support. We would not have been able to do the things that we do or provide our kids with the kinds of opportunities that they have by being part of the Washington Street Community Center family. It has taken the village, this entire community, to assure that we're able to give the level and quality of programming that we're able to do at Washington Street. We were once told that our numbers were low. We needed to serve more kids. And we're saying our building will only accommodate so many kids. But we decided that we would take the leap of faith anyway. And with the new expansion, we decided comes some more responsibility. So we added an additional 15 children to serve. So today we serve a total of 50 children in our after-school program. In serving those kids, along with the kids we already have, of course you know that it's cost increase across the board. We need more funds to be able to provide the kinds of quality programming we know our kids benefit from. For instance, just last semester, 20 of those 50 kids made the AB honor roll, and we feel like that is quite an achievement. We have the majority of those 50 kids arrive gleefully every day, coming off of those buses that provide transportation from their school to our center daily. They are gleeful, they're happy, they're battling each other to get through the doors. We think that that in itself is an indication for us that we must be doing something good and doing something right. We know that we're providing the kind of services that working parents and families need to help support their kids. We don't look at ourselves as a daycare for after school, but a productive program site that offers many aspects of programming and enrichment to our children. Whether it's through a field trip, maybe to you, through summer camp programs for 3 weeks, or for our daily day-to-day activities that we perform by helping them to improve their grades, by helping them to have greater classroom participation. Teachers shared that they're seeing more hands go up, more of our kids that want to be a part of their new school life that they have. One of the goals and objectives of Washington Street was that we wanted our children to be participating members of their community. Right here in Covington, we do so many great and wonderful community-inspired things. We didn't want them to just be onlookers or just come to participate, but to actually be involved and engaged with what's going on. We also wanted to introduce them to a life that it looks like we're going to have here in Covington for the future, as we look at Stanton Springs and all of the wonderful companies and people who are moving into our community, not just businesses, but families and those others who really want to be a part of our community. And I'm hoping that a lot of it has to do with, hey, but they've got great after-school care programs for their children, and that we're one of them who do and participate. So I don't want to make long-standing speeches to you today, but to say we are still in need of your contribution. What you give us help us to sustain ourselves across the board. We still write grants to help support the things that we want to get done. We still hold events, community-wide events too in particular. I'm hoping that those of you who sit on the commission here know at least attend at least one of them, which is our infamous jazz night at the gym, open air gym in Porterdale, or to casino night. One of the things that kind of jumped off this whole idea of a community event, whose whole purpose was, of course, to raise money, but to also give our residents an opportunity to become involved and be a part of something great. We still hold those activities to this day and fundraisers, and they too, of course, do their part of helping to help us be able to reach our revenue goals. But we have found over the last few years, as funding efforts have diminished through the public, through corporations and businesses, even here in our own community, we've had to make up the difference. We do that willingly, but you know it can't last forever. You know, we do in fact have people who sometimes don't get their paychecks on time because of funding issues. So therefore, commissioners, we are here today to ask for an increase over and above what you guys have been giving us. And we feel that we've been good servants, and we know we've been good stewards of the funds, that they go where they're intended to go and are used for the purpose for which they have been asked or requested. We know that we provide a wonderful service to parents who feel that they can go to work and not worry about their kids, and that they're in great hands. But not only are they in great hands, but that they come out of there with something good, something special. Washington Street is a special place, and kids and families who are part of it feel that way as well. So we've asked for an increase in our annual giving, as we have set for the last, how many years? 26. No, for the funding. For the past 5 years, we've set at your donation or your appropriation of the $45,000. We are respectively asking for an increase of approximately $15,000, and that we would like for you to consider positively an increase to $65,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have any questions, but I have to say, Ms. B, Ms. Hightower, Dr. Baker, we appreciate what you all do for our community. My kids haven't had an opportunity to participate in Washington Street, but our Board of Education, the school system provides after school. And so because my kids are in after school, I know how important it is to have those after school programs, such as Washington Street, and how you contribute. I've come to Washington Street so many times. The community garden is just beautiful. It is amazing. I have seen the kids play instruments. I mean, like, they are phenomenal. The facility is always well kept. It's always, and the support. And I have to apologize. I don't get a chance to get to the jazz event and the casino night like I want to. I normally always find out about the casino night like the week before, and I'm like, I try to look on Facebook, but I always never get it in advance, so my schedule is already booked or I'm always out of town. I'll never forget when I first came in and I ran in 2018. That was the very first casino night that I got an opportunity to come to. Judge Johnson, who I miss a lot. I don't even want to talk about him too much because I know I will tear up just from the amount of time that he invested in me as a new commissioner. He called me that year in 2018 and said, Commissioner Mason, I want you to come to this Washington Street casino night. And I said, what, Judge Johnson? He said, yeah, I'm going to take care of you and your wife's ticket. I just need you to see what's going on at Washington Street. I had no clue. I had no idea. And that's when, and I don't know if you all still have it over at the Ford Center.
Not anymore.
Okay. So,
we've outgrown it.
Okay. But it was over there off of the bypass. It was beautiful. And I was like, wow, as a newly elected official, this is what I'm coming into. This is what we're doing in the community. I'm excited about what I'm about to take advantage of, and it was amazing. And so that was me and my wife's very first experience of Washington Street, and I never forgot that. And so there's been several times we've received call, hey, Commissioner Mason, can you buy a table at the jazz concert? And I'll buy a table, and I'll invite some of my District 2 residents to come out, and we would have an amazing, amazing time at the Porterdale Gym. And so I want to make sure that even me personally, that I'm even investing more into Washington Street, coming to those casino nights, coming to, because those are your two major events every single year. They're staple events. Mm-hmm. The community loves them, and they're always done very well. And so I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing for our kids, and not just for our kids, for the parents. People like me, I get a chance to enjoy those adult events and have a great time while giving and investing into the vision that you and the board has set. So I just wanted to make a comment and say thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
for
Chair.
those comments.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say this. I've always said, and especially in some of the meetings that I had, in order to know where you're going, you got to know where you came from. And so I said that I remember running up the hill to White Street School when it was a school as a little boy. Sometimes there were holes in my shoes. I remember when they talked about the first dentist, Afro-American dentist, Mr. Baker, and how proud we were as a community, knowing that there was people of color who did stuff like that. Miss Hightower, when she came to the center, and Miss B, I remember. I hate this. I don't want to see you go, myself personally, but we getting older, and I'm getting older. You got to accept the facts sometimes. You got to leave. That's me. But and I can remember the first time I went to White Street School. It was me and Forrest Sawyer Sr. And he was talking about we're in the building and stuff was all laid on the side. And Fleming reminded me. He said, "Well, the $500,000 that you got from the grant that you talked from Sheriff Nichols, said he didn't fix the whole place, so he's fixed on a little small portion of it." And I said, well, yeah. I said, but that's what we need to do in order to get it running. Because I could see then the vision of was the children coming in and doing something positive. And a group of leaders who were truly leaders, who cared about the community. They didn't say, well, I like the community. They cared about the community and what happened to the community. And community changed. but I'm proud to have been a little part of it. I'm proud of being a little piece of Washington Street, seeing the vision and seeing how it has progressed. Nelson Heights, over there, Aura Cousin, that's another community city building over there, Spring Hill. And so I'm proud of being a part of working. Not just did I try to just talk a good game, I tried to do what I said. It may not always came out the way people wanted to come out, but I did something. And I'm proud to be a product of this community here in Newton County, a son of Newton County who realized where he came from. And we're going to always love you, Miss B. And I'm looking forward to that telephone call that we're going to talk about some stuff.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooper.
Ms. B, I as well wanted to say thank you and for all you do. I know you and I had quite a few conversations in the past, or we have, but I just want to say thank you for everything you do. And you too as well, Dr. Baker and Ms. Hightower. Really appreciate y'all.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
All the good things you have had to say, and we hope that we live up to those expectations. Thank you.
You do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Highway 278, CID.
Thank you for seeing me today, and thank you for rescheduling for me. We had the Highway 278 CID board meeting at noon every second Thursday of the month. And so I appreciate y'all working around my schedule a little bit. The Highway 278 CID is asking for a continuation of the $30,000 in appropriation from you. We use these dollars to help pay for the cost of our program manager or project manager for Thomas & Hutton Engineering, and they work with us as a liaison between the CID, the City of Covington, and Georgia Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway, if it's necessary, on this project to ensure that we're in compliance and that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing correctly. They also work with us on any changes in the cost of the construction for the projects that we're working on. And they have been some. Did not put it in your package, but I am going to give a sheet to Brittany that she can print or scan and send out to y'all for that. That cost has not been great in the years past. It's been not as much as we expected, but as we move forward in the construction and the utilities, we expect that cost to exceed what we've budgeted for. So we have those monies in reserve, and we will be using them for that. I think in your packet I included everything that Brittany had asked for. We are small. Our budget's less than $300,000 a year, and we do not have our accounting audited, but we do use an accountant that comes in quarterly and reviews and then writes a review letter for us. So that's the one thing that we do not do. The cost to audit it would be far greater. It would be probably 20% of our budget, so we have not included that. Today, some of the things that I wanted to mention to y'all were our biggest surprise of the year. When we did our documentation that's required by Georgia law for the tax commissioner and the tax assessor, we updated the real estate values, the ad valorem taxes that are charged in our community and the valuation that those taxes are based on. And we started the CID, and the first tax bill went out in 2017 or 2018. Maybe in 2018 for the year before. I get my years a little bit confused here. But anyway, in that time, at that time, we had projected that it would take us 15 years to raise the ad valorem values 100% of the cost at that time. And that's one of the big goals for the CID, is to improve property values, to improve and beautify the project and make it safe and have alternative transportation along Highway 278. This year, we reached 99.75% increase, so almost 100% in our tax valuations. So we're 5 years ahead of, or 6 years ahead of schedule. So we're really proud of that factor, and we're seeing some of those numbers add up even more quickly, because one of the improvements that we have is the render apartment buildings, which are next door to the Piedmont's office buildings or doctor's buildings at 142 and 278. That was removed from our tax values this year because it is a residential unit, and as y'all know, we only tax commercial industrial. We're not allowed to count residential because we can't impact the homeowners. So that's a significant increase for us, and we're very, very proud that we've reached that goalpost. I do want to let you know we have 2 phases underway. Phase 1 is exit 90 to Emory Street, or just beyond Emory Street. And phase 2 begins at Emory Street and goes to Hospital Drive, to the hospital. Phase 1, we've started appraising the right-of-ways that we need to get to purchase from several property owners. That will be completed, we think, by September or October of this year. And then next year, we expect the utility construction to start happening, and we expect the construction of the project as a whole to begin in 2028. We have, the Newton County Board of Commissioners have graciously approved $320,000 from the 2016-17 SPLOST that pays the match dollars for those up to the $320,000. We've not requested that from the county yet, but we have met with Brittany several times to talk to her about when is the right time for us to pull that trigger and request that match portion. The city is paying their $320,000 first, so we're almost to that point on them. And then the CID has committed $774,000 to that. Plus today, we were notified last week that GDOT would like to let our project, and they call that twinning projects, with their project 17454, which is everything within the roadway, and ours is everything outside of the curbs. And we will have to put up a 10% contingency in addition to what we've already pledged, and the CID approved that additional $300,200 to go ahead and put in escrow with GDOT to be sure that this project comes in on time and in schedule. I do want to tell you this project has had increase in cost. Phase 1 has had an increase in cost in the PE from what we estimated originally. And to give you an example, we made these original estimates in 2018. And by the time we started working on this, there was an increase. It went from $581,000 to $682,000 for PE. On our right-of-way, we anticipate that increase to go from $685,000 to $893,000. On our utilities, we expect that to be within the $2 million threshold that was originally set. And on the construction, the original estimate was $2,836,000, and that has increased to $3,001,562. All of those increases are covered by the contingency that we put with the match dollars. And so we've not gone over the $320,000 for the city or the county, and we've not gone over the $774 for the CID. So we're coming in online of our estimations, and we're moving forward. We have also received a grant, as you know, for Project 19217, which is Phase 2, which goes from Emory Street to Hospital Drive. We've received the notice to proceed on that, and we put it out for bids, went through the process, and we are now working on the PE, and we're undergoing the studies at the beginning of those projects right now. So we're moving forward on that one. We expect to have a kickoff meeting the end of April or May, and but again, we'll just be moving forward on. The only thing we've undertaken at this time is to do the PE or the design for that project. We did not want to have two major construction projects going on at the same time. So if we receive that, we will move forward on that, applying for those grants in 2028 or 29. I think those are everything I have to say. Are there any questions that any of you have?
Commissioner Long.
Thank you. Hello, Kathy. Question, what has CID, I'm going on the website, it looks like it needs a little updating. What has CID done? What have we completed projects? I know this is, a lot of people watching this online probably don't even know what CID is. So maybe you could help us with that and what we have completed with CID up until now.
Yes, we have completed the master plan. When we initially started, we had to undertake a master plan in the entire Highway 278 CID, which goes from exit 90 to just beyond Highway 142 intersection. And that's a project that we've done in-house. We've also, through this master plan, we've received grants for both Phase 1 and Phase 2, and that does not include the work that's being done by GDOT. So Phase 1, we have a total of about $7.7 million in our phase, and GDOT's project is $16 million. So that leverages our dollars that we've pledged to about 16 to 1, maybe 18 to 1, when we add this other $300,000 into that. So that's a great return on our investment. And we have done the design portion of that, and we are currently purchasing the right-of-way on that. Construction on that project will start next year for utilities, and the major project itself the following year. On Phase 2, we're working on the design. But during this process, we've worked with GDOT and the Atlanta Regional Commission, who is our metropolitan planning organization that determines what we do here, to get some other projects going that could be paid for in alternate sources. And some of those were the projects at Adams Street, Industrial Drive. Now my mind's going blank. There were 4 projects just beyond the hospital where we have left-hand turn projects, and you see the pylons that are putting there, and we put the left-hand turns in there and closed out the intersections. And also GDOT has gone ahead and determined that they will put in the roundabout at 142 and 278 themselves. There will be no local match required to that. That's a $25 million plus project, and that's scheduled for 2028. Right. So that all came from the master plan. That all came from our initial conversations with GDOT and working with them. And we've worked very closely with GDOT, both safety and alternative transportation, in order to be sure that what we're doing for Newton County is the right thing, and for Covington and Newton County, and that it's not going to, we're not going to do it and they're going to change their mind. So we want this to continue and be there for tens of years to move forward. So those are the projects we've done. There's some other small things that we've done, working with property owners, helping them invest in the renovations for their property. We've also worked with the IDA, the Economic Development Office, to bring new tenants in. And so a few examples of those that we've had: Starbucks moved to Covington. They were looking at Covington Town Center. They looked at 278. Our demographics were better and higher than what they saw out at Covington Town Center. And they paid over $1 million for a do not compete clause to be able to go in Newton Plaza. We have several other instances of people that have purchased property here and built here. Bobcat of Atlanta picked our site over 3 others because they liked the CID master plan and the community that knew where they were going and what they were going to do to complete that project. So we have several others like that, and then we have tenants that we've been trying to recruit for 7 years. 7 years I've been with the CID and the IDA, and they've announced to Sarah or they've moved into Newton County because they like our plan, and we've demonstrated that we are moving forward on these projects, and that's the kind of community that they want to be in. Did that answer your questions?
Commissioner Henderson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This is truly a historic moment. The former chair and the chair we have now, I noticed that. I look at that Kathy. And so I think it's great. It's great. It shows how much our county really have grown. But the question I want to ask you is, every year we give, I think it's $30,000. And I know you told me one time, but I was trying to think of it in my mind. I couldn't think of it. So could you refresh my memory, please, ma'am?
If you give us the money, what are we going to spend the money on? Is that what you're asking me?
I think every year around budget time, I think you come up and say you need I think $30,000 to help with the project or do whatever.
Yes, yeah.
And I just wanted you told me what it was for, and I was just kind of.
That's the dollars we pay to Thomas and Hutton Engineering, which is our engineering firm, and we use them. They have a program manager. Sometimes we feel the need to bring a project manager in to do something specifically on a project, but right now they have a program manager that assists us with GDOT, assists the City of Covington in writing up our minutes, our reporting, to make sure that we're following all the federal and state of Georgia guidelines, because this is a federal grant, so we have to meet all of their guidelines and all of their perspectives. And when you are one person office like me, or the City of Covington has John Hendricks, and it's better for us to have that person that has 25 years experience doing these kinds of projects, to be sure that we don't miss a beat, miss a step, read the wrong PDP booklet instead of the LAP booklet that GDOT sends out to us, and that we have to comply with. And so we pay another firm to make sure that we are in compliance, and these won't fall back on us, and we won't be caught doing something incorrectly or just not procedurally, so that there's no not following policy. And this will go on as long as these grants are going on, but we think as the grants continue to go that the amount will reduce, because we've reached our 100% increase in revenue, and we feel like that's great. But again, our revenue is so small. We're just a 3-mile strip on 278. So we're hoping that we'll get that where we can grow it and we can reduce the burden from the county. But the county would still be our partner. A federal grant does require that all your local agencies are your partners. And in our case, we're inside the City of Covington, so the City of Covington is the lead administrative person for us. And then but the county also has to be our partner, which is why y'all agreed to help us initially and have continued to help us, as well as the state of Georgia has to make a commitment as well. So we're following the chain of command all the way up.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kathy, for the presentation. I know in a previous presentation, I remember it was a year or two ago, we talked about roundabouts. Have we begun to build those as of yet? And then what is the ETA or the end date of this project?
All right, phase 1's end date is 2030. Okay. 2029, but it may roll into spring of 2030. That's it. The roundabouts, we've just done the design, and we're acquiring the right-of-way. Okay. That's I will tell y'all, most of the right-of-way we're acquiring from property owners, we need 3 feet for this right-hand turn, you know. But the roundabouts, we are having to require some additional right-of-way, and we're working on that. That work, that construction will start next spring. That will begin with the utility relocation. You'll begin to see some of that, and you'll see the right-of-ways come in. And I want to tell you, this is not necessarily an easy project, because our direction to GDOT and to our design team when we started this design was, we do not want to displace businesses, and we don't want to impede businesses. So we only have one parcel that we're going to have to take the parcel on, and we've worked with several of the property owners to impede their property as minimally as we possibly can. In one instance, if we did the sloped terrain that's required for a right-of-way and sidewalks and that sort of thing, we would have taken 40% of this parcel. But because we had this experienced engineer, and we've been working with GDOT, we went in and said, is there any way we can build a retaining wall? And they said, oh yeah, a retaining wall will do it. And we're only taking about 10 or 15% of their property. So they still have I think they're losing 4 parking spaces, but we still have everything else. So the roundabouts have not started yet. You're going to start seeing some movement on those next year.
And do we think there's going to be a second phase, or phase 1 will probably end the project?
Phase 1 will be completed by 2029, 2030.
Okay.
Phase 2, we hope that the design for phase 2 will be completed by 2028, and that we will be applying for grants, and we hope that we'll receive a grant to start maybe 2030, and can just move from phase 1 into phase 2.
So there will be a second phase?
Yeah, there's actually 3 phases altogether. 3
phases.
But right now, we're just working on phase 1 and phase 2. If we get our grants for phase 2 in a timely manner and start our construction on phase 2, we anticipate to have that completed by 2035, 2036. And then for phase 3, the only thing we'll be doing on that will be just the sidewalks and the beautification on both sides of the roadway, and some lighting changes. But and that's one thing to tell y'all. These designs have wound up being a 10-foot sidewalk on the north and a 10-foot sidewalk on the south of Highway 278. They will be connecting to Cricket Rock Trail where it's applicable, or they will connect to the City of Covington sidewalks. So people can ride their bikes on them, they can walk on them, and senior citizens and scooters can drive on them, but not golf carts or anything else like that. So, you know, we wound up with a better project. It's taken us a little bit longer to get there, but we think it's going to be more beneficial to our community.
That was all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the library board. Thank you. I might have called you the wrong thing, I don't know.
Blew into that microphone. There we go. Oh, man. Y'all ready?
Hello.
Hey, I don't know how to start, sorry. It's only my second time doing this. Hey, I'm Zach Ames. I spoke to you guys last year. I am the executive chairman this year. This is my second term executive chairman for the Library Board of Directors. And I get to kind of open things up today and kind of talk. And I hope today we can be a little more, I think, cooperative. I think last year was a little bit snippy about kind of how things work. And so I hope, I kind of introduce. But I do want to introduce kind of why we're so passionate about what we're talking about, both myself and these two young ladies are going to be speaking right after me about why we're so passionate about the library and the funding that we would like to see restored since we haven't had a funding increase now almost pushing 20 years. I'd like to start with a quick quote. This is the library, this is books, I'm a teacher. And so I'll just quickly say from a book you might have heard of called Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. Now, if you've ever heard of that book, you'll think this guy's going to start talking about book burning and stuff like that, because that's what it's about, a society that burns books. But I'm not going to do that. This isn't fear-mongering, it's any of that. But I will say that when Ray Bradbury was asked about, a society of burning books, he said, I really don't see that. In fact, his words were, you don't have to burn books to destroy a culture. You just get people to stop reading them. And I think he's getting to be more right. One of the things I wanted to introduce today is some of the statistics when it comes to literacy in America. 54% of all adults living in the United States read at or below a 6th grade reading level. That is a elementary grade reading level. 75% of people who are on welfare or assistance read at or below the lowest literacy levels. 2/3 of students who cannot read proficiently in the 4th grade are more likely to end up in jail or worse later in life. 85% of juvenile offenders have low literacy skills. In 2023, 31% of 4th graders and 30% of 8th graders were the only 8th graders that read on reading levels. Guys, we are facing a crisis of literacy in this country. I don't think it's our fault here, but I do think we can be a part of the solution, right? And I could sit up here and I could read you statistics over and over again, but what I will do is I'll tell you that I'm not just coming to you as the executive member of this board. I'm coming in from the front lines of the battle for this. I am a teacher of 20 years experience. I taught 10 years in Rockdale. I'm coming up on my 10th year at Newton County High School. And I'll tell you that we are struggling. And the struggle starts in the very beginning. By the time I get them in 11th grade, there's not a whole lot I can do, but we are struggling with our literacy in this country. We see it happening. If you don't want to worry about just the idea of reading itself, I'll go from a business perspective. It's estimated that between $300 and $500 billion is wasted every year because of adult illiteracy in the workforce. Guys, we are facing a crisis. Now, we can be a solution to that, right? I'd like to come up and talk for a minute. I'd like to address a couple things first before we kind of talk about it. We were asked last year to investigate a few things about things we can do to try and supplement some of those things. One of those was grants, and we do try and utilize grants, but I want to be clear that what we're asking for is funding to increase our payroll, right? To increase the payroll, not for the people we already have. We already have a staff that's diminished from 2009 from 40 down to 12. Our staff are overworked. They are underpaid. We just lost our IT guy to another county to a better paying job. It is hard for us to hire people because our salaries are not what they should be. It's become very difficult, and because of that, we can't provide the services. Now, we could provide some of those services with volunteers, but libraries are known for employing professionals. Librarians are paid on the TRS system. They are considered on the same level as teachers. They are people who are considered, licensed professionals with college degrees, and we deserve to pay them to that level. And while volunteers are helpful, and we do use volunteers, it is quite a struggle to replace qualified individuals with that, right? So while we have looked at grants, there aren't grants for payroll, right? Grants usually are for things like books, computers, facility type stuff. There aren't a lot of grants that pay for payroll from the state or federal government, because once they do that, we're now reliant upon that state and federal government to do that. We don't want to do that, right? We want our community to be funding our library system. So I come today and I ask you for a simple increase in our funding. I think our year it's $50,000 we're asking for. $50,000 increase. And you guys have your folders. Guys, I could go into all these numbers, but this is the same packet we give you every year. It's the same numbers, it's the same stuff we put up on slides, and we are continuing to slowly roll to a point where this library system will cease to be able to function because we are not going to have the funds to do it. And I don't want to do that, and I don't think you guys want to clean up the aftermath of that. And so we are asking you if we could get some assistance. $50,000. Now, I'll say this. $50,000 is not going to restore all of our services that we do. It's not going to allow us to add extra days on. But I do think it would be a gesture in good faith from the board if we could spare that to at least start a dialogue. I would love to come in here like we heard just a minute ago and start talking about projects we'd like to work on and phase 4 of this and all this kind of stuff and have an idea for a bright future. I would love to do that. I would love to be up here doing that. I would love to be up here with a more jovial attitude and us kind of, hey, what's going on here? And you guys getting excited about the things we're doing. But guys, we're every time we have something that breaks, we're scrambling to find the money, whether it's the HVAC system, whether it's light bulbs, whether it's replacing drywall, whether it's things like that. You know, we're stretching we're paycheck to paycheck at this point, which makes it very, very hard for us to do this. And so I ask you, as the executive member and as a teacher, to please consider us today. But I also want to say this and speak for some of the people that have come before me. I've been doing this for 2 years. You don't know me super well. I'm just a teacher at Newton High School. You know, people don't often listen to us very well. I wish they did, but they don't. What I will ask you is to listen to the people who you have put in charge of this system. Beyond just the executive board, we're volunteers. We're not politicians. We're not people who are seeking office. We don't want to be on grand committees. We simply love the library system. I think that's one thing we all agree on. We love books. We love literacy. Literacy has meant a lot to us over the years. It's the thing that brought my family together. It's the thing that made me who I am. But if you don't want to listen to that, and I understand, I would speak to the wisdom that's in this room. I'd speak to 2 people sitting over there. One of those is Frank Turner. Frank Turner is the former city manager and one of the longest serving public servants in this community. Now, I know you can't see this. I know he looks like a spring chicken right now, but he's been at this for a while. And there's a lot of wisdom, you guys know. And he is asking the same thing that we are asking, and he's been asking that. So I would ask you to listen to the wisdom, maybe not of Zach Ames, hey, but listen to a Frank Turner. Listen to somebody who served this community for a long time. And above all, I'd ask you to listen to our director, Lace Keaton. I've gotten to know her over the last few years. Let me tell you what, y'all ain't gonna find a bigger book nerd on this planet. Let me tell you, she showed me the other day her evaluation from her junior year of high school, working in her library at Malden High School. And where in South Carolina? Somewhere in South Carolina. Guys, she has an envelope of every library card that she's ever owned. I'm a nerd, but I don't have that. And she comes from a long line of people who have stood up for literacy. I got to see the picture of her grandmother, Miss Jean Hill's name, who was a black woman in 1968 in Seneca, South Carolina, stood up for literacy in her community and has her name as one of the founding members of the Seneca Library, the Oconee Library in Seneca, South Carolina. And I'll say this about Lace, I've worked with her the last few years, you will not find a better, honest, more efficient agency director in this county or any other county around us. She is as by the book as they come. She is as creative as they come. She is as dedicated to this as they come. You're not going to find anybody better than her. And her and Frank have been asking for this for a long time. And so I would ask, if we don't listen to me, and if you don't listen to us, and I wish you would, but you know, hey, we're like I said, we're not on that stage. I would ask you to at least, for the $50,000 we're asking for, that's what we'd like is that in good faith. And if once we can do that, we can start talking about what we can do. We can at least start a conversation. Because what we'd like to do when we come up here every time, I promise you, is not to stand up here and just beg and say, hey, can we have some money? Can we have some money? Can we have some money? But the fact remains that our funding was cut by $200,000 in 2009. And I understand it was a recession back then. But since then, our community has grown. We are the Hollywood of the South. We have movies being filmed here. We have industries coming here. I hear about all these kind of things. Some of them good, some of them great. And I thank you to some of our county commissioners who I've seen in the news who have at least been fighting back against some of that ugly growth and welcoming some of the good growth. And I appreciate that. But with all the growth we've had, we're hoping that with what we see in this country, we can see a little bit of an increase of an investment in a common good. Not something that we're going to get our name in lights over, not something that we're going to get to celebrate as the heroes of the day, but a common good like a tree that we get to plant so that families have access to literacy in this community. Thank you.
I'm Yvonne English, and I'm on the board. I'm a volunteer. And I'd like to say good afternoon, commissioners. And thank you for having me here. Oh, yes. Damon Mason appointed me to be with the library, and I've been there so long I can't remember. And every time it's 7 years, and it seems like yesterday. Where is time going? But I appreciate all of the commissioners, and I keep up with what's going on. I live over there on Christian Circle, and I come over, you know, Lacey and I talk and fellowship with one another so that we can keep up to date on what's going on. And my degree is in the classroom is in English from Georgia State University, but I have an MDiv from the ITC in the Atlanta University Center. And in working in everything that the perspective is always an educational perspective for me, to look at everything from A to Z in order, because God asks us to do decent and in order. So we've been asking for money from the commissioners for all of those years, and what I did, because I can write a paper blindfolded, that's a term paper. So I did a little research, and I discovered that other libraries in our general area, they are doing this, they're in the same bag that we're in. Each year they're going before, you know, the commissioners and different areas so that they can get funds. And when they don't get them, what happens is they have to cut. They cut hours, salaries, and all that services, and that should be unheard of because we need everything in every area. So for the past few years, we've been cutting back so much that if we've cut so thin, it's getting close to closing the doors. So we need this year for you to step up and give us something. And the libraries that are consistent with giving, and some of the libraries even have people, I mean the county is giving them, taking over the payment for health insurance and that kind of thing. So they just took that from the library so they would pay that part of it. So we're asking you, we need to work together on this, and if we need to get together at another point, let us know, because we need to get some more money coming into the library. The director, who is a professional librarian, and that's her thing you just heard, she is now doing everything. We don't have anybody to keep the books. We don't have anybody, you know, a line of people like you even have here. So she's doing everything. And ever since I've been over there for that 7 years, when she's doing something, it's on paper. You can see every dime. And sometimes it has to do with the irrigation system. I made that up. For the fire department to get approved. So we have to spend thousands of dollars to do that. So from the carpet, the walls, everything, our director is doing that. So we really appreciate her, but we need help from the county. And so we're asking you, we do get the funding, the grants from the school system, from state and federal, but we need the county to kick in. We need the county to kick in. All those bubbles, if you look at them, the state, the federal, we need the county to put something in that bubble this year. So we're actually begging you, do you want a better library system? Do you want us to keep up with the times? Right now, in order to keep the doors open and running as smoothly as it needs to run, we need that money just to keep the doors open, because there's something always breaking, something always having to be fixed. So we are asking you this year to please give us the money. And I'd just like to say, finally, that the other areas are giving their support, and we're asking the county to give yours. We're begging you to make a change this year and not leave us with zero, because that's what you've been doing for going on 20 years. You haven't given us anything. And we need, everybody else is doing their part. We need you to do yours. I'm a preacher, but I ain't gonna say that the church said.
Is this right? Do I need to, hello? Hi, I'm Melissa Foyer. I'm an artist. I'm a graphic designer and illustrator. I'm District 3's representative, but I love you all. So one of my friends writes infomercials, and I was trying to figure out how I'm going to say this, because of course we have people that are very, good at saying whatever, but mine's more simple, okay? My friend who writes ads says that when you're talking to people, you should talk about fail, fix, learn, act. So, are you worried that the library is not open enough hours? Are you worried that we don't have the rooms available that you need? Well, you can fix it. The problems can be fixed with an operating budget reset. The money allotted to the library has not changed in a very long time. Adjust the budget for inflation and continue to adjust it yearly so that it's not this big lump sum. You're slowly adjusting for inflation. The library has gone from a really nice staff down to a really nice, really smaller staff. And we're just getting by. And the staff has to move between, they have to go back and forth to both libraries because we don't have enough people. And people are always asking me about this. This affects which library can be open, when it can be open, and for how long. Services and programming, they rely on funding. Okay, so what can we learn? We all know that Newton County is growing, and there are more impact fees and taxes being paid to the county by all of the incoming families and businesses. Adjust by population size and inflation. The library can only play catch up for so long. Operating costs are going up, up, up. Okay, so the last thing in this list is act. Please adjust for inflation. While we are growing and becoming a larger community, we really are growing. If we adjust for inflation and keep track of the population size and the money that goes into it over time, we can provide the services that our community needs going forward. And I looked up from 2009, this is just a quick internet search, I really need my reference librarian. 2009 to now, there's been a 30% increase in our population. Is that right? 30%? And we're still below average on everything? And then it was saying inflation is 1.5 times higher. So I'm an artist, but I do have to pay my bills. So that was an eye-opener. Actions speak louder than words. My dad used to say that to us all the time. If you do nothing, we might have a library. And I love the library. Why do I care about your kids and your grandkids and if they're able to grow up in a community that has a supported library? I care. What good are tourism and tax dollars if we cannot put that money, that good money, back into making our community better and helping our kids for the future? The kids in Newton County and the families and older people in Newton County, because the library is for everyone, are competing for jobs all over the place. Let's invest in our library like we invest in our future. Plan for inflation increase the amount of funding per year, but start now by getting it back up to where it needs to be. I'm not a financial analyst, I'm just a volunteer, but I appreciate your time and your efforts, and thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, how y'all doing? Thank y'all for coming. Thank you for your presentation, Zach. So looking at the budget, looks like before, and I just want to make a correction to Reverend Yvonne. She said that the Board of Commissioners wasn't giving anything. So I know we've been giving $916,000 over the years. So I just want to make that known that the board has been investing $916,000 each year. And so it looks like with the ask is now $966,452,000, which that's a difference that you're asking of $50,452 is what you're asking from what we've been previously giving to what you're giving now. So I just want to make that known that the board has been investing in the library system over $900,000 a year. So I know, Zach, you mentioned that this.
I think that's what she meant. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
I think her.
Okay.
I think her comment was we have not seen that increase. We're all aware. Yeah. We.
Okay.
So sorry
get
about
it.
that.
I just want to get clarity because you know,
we know.
Reverend Yvonne, that's like my other mama. So, and she keeps me in line. So you said that this increase is going to help with employees. So with this $50,000, how many employees will this add? And with that addition, how many hours would that help open the library? Because I know Porter is closed 4 days out of the week, and then the other 3 days are very limited amount of hours. So with this increase, how many employees will that bring on? And how many additional hours would that help bring Porter Memorial open?
I can answer that. The $50,000 is going to try to pay health insurance. We're under the Board of Regents health policies, and it is eating us up. Okay. It's gone from $1,100 a month to $1,600 a month per employee, and it's just killing us. And it's been I don't want to make y'all mad, I might, but it's been 18 years since we got anything other than that 900 that you mentioned before. And inflation has just killed that to nothing. Mm-hmm. And we need some help, and we really do.
Okay. So basically this amount would just help with health insurance and not actually bringing on new employees to open.
I don't think we will.
I
don't think we'll be able to even with the 50,000.
Okay.
So I think that's what I meant by kind of the good faith of we would just like to get, after 18 years, we are just asking for something, right? That's I guess that's where we were going with 50. It's going to be, like we said, we've had a huge increase in health insurance, and guys, we want to provide health insurance to our employees, right? That's the thing is that we want to make this a place where people want to come work, and so I mean, to be very honest, is that what that $50,000 will do will allow us to kind of plug a few holes with our. We are going to need more. Now, I'm not going to come up here and ask for $4 million, right? That's not what we're here to do. But we are going to need some sort of, and I don't expect us, in 2 years to get back up to 40 employees, right? But if we can start a process, and I know that's how this works. This is government, right? Government, the wheels move kind of slow, but we're at least, I guess that's where we're asking for the 50. We're just asking for the wheel to start moving a little bit. And are there things we can do with starting? Yeah, but I mean, one of the frustrations is, when we ask for some of these services, especially extra services, what we're doing, Lacey and I talked about this the other day about, the dual roles a lot of our employees play within the system. Anytime we do that, it's putting more pressure on them. So we would, we would like, maybe not this year, but we would like to start plugging some of those holes. Maybe you guys see us plugging some of those holes, and maybe us start showing you where the budget's. I'm sorry, that's my insulin pump. It's not my phone's. And then kind of come back and start to say, like I said, that's kind of where I want to be, is where we were with that last session of, once we have enough money to start saying, well, here are some projects we'd like to start looking at, right? We're not looking at pie in the sky. I don't want to build a 4-story library or anything like that. But, you know, really what we're looking for is just getting started, right? Getting started after those 18 years. And I don't want to keep bringing that up. That's kind of the reason we'd like to go ahead and start doing that. So next year we don't come and go, well, now it's been 19 years. Well, now it's been, we'd like to just start in and I know I say $50,000 is small. That's not exactly small. But when it comes to, you know, us paying our health insurance for our employees and stuff like that, it's about what it covers.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we bring clarity. That's one of the objectives of the board. We want to make sure that with every line item in every department that we help fund, that the taxpayers are wanting us to make sure that we know where those dollars are going, so that when they come to us, so Miss Yvonne come to me and says, well, Commissioner Mason, you know, you're giving X amount of money to this particular department. Where is that money going? I can successfully give an answer to say, hey, this is where those monies are going. This is where that increase would go if that is allotted. So we just want to provide clarity to know where those funds are going, and that's it.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm sure y'all got problems too. I mean, I saw on TV last night some guy running for governor and they think he's the head man. Says no more. He gonna freeze property taxes.
Yeah.
Now, how you gonna pay fire trucks then? I don't know.
We don't either.
That missed me too, Mr. Turner. A couple questions. Look, we did not receive financials from you guys, so maybe some of these questions, everybody else provided financials for us to look at what the expenses were. I think there was an audit provided, but it was, we did not get that yet. But I did ask Brittany to get that to us today, so we could, if we have more questions, we could reach out to you guys about that. You know, I was a hard pusher last year. You can go ahead and say it. It don't hurt my feelings, okay? No, and I think that we can only get better by knowing what each other thinks, okay? So my first question would be for you all, first comment would be that looking at the percentage of how you're funding, it looks like Newton County is 67.5% of your dollars funded. We fund that. The school system is 1.1, so I hope you went over there and started asking for some more money. I think there should be higher than 1.1. Sorry. And then the city has a portion here, and then the Georgia Public Library. So Newton County is providing 67.5% of the funding. Number one, did y'all start the Friends of the Library back yet for volunteers? I asked that last year.
I'm a volunteer.
I know you are, and I have board members on there too.
I think you would have to ask the Friends of the Library.
Yeah,
they do not associate with this board.
Okay. That was a great program, and that's why I keep going back to that. I think it helped with some of the burden.
volunteers.
I think we would love to have that too, but at this point, we don't.
Okay, that's fine. Fair question.
Regarding volunteers, you can't just walk in the library and say, I want to volunteer. And they say, oh, well, they put you to work. You have to have a background check. You have to go to education training on how to deal with juveniles, how to keep yourself from touching them and that sort of thing and getting in trouble. And people say, well, I'm not going through that background. Just come over here and work at the library.
So, Mr. Turner, you do remember the Friends of the Library. I know you do. You remember that group that used to help the library a lot? It was a lot of teachers that, retired teachers that helped a lot, and community people like yourself. So just asking that question, because I know that sometimes we have to think outside the box and do things to help. And we've asked every single department and every single person to think outside the box. Again, because people are on TV spouting that we're going to get rid of all your property taxes. All right. The other thing is, it looks like we shifted some hours around. Did we shift hours on the library yet at all? Has anything changed on the hours? Changed them a little bit? I mean, because I think the one in town was open like every other day, and it seems like the hours are a little bit different.
No, it's always been open the same day of the week.
Okay. All right. That was my question. Those are all from me.
I will say, and I think it's Sunday, right? We're one of the few libraries that are open on Sunday. That's important. We are one of the few, so we are trying to think outside the box with what we can provide the community, and with what we have, you know, what can we do? You know, me, I'm as a teacher, I think that's great, right? Because I'm in the class. I don't leave the school usually until about 4:30 every day, so it's nice. Oh, sorry. So it's nice to have that. So we are kind of trying to think outside the box when it comes to some of that stuff. But yeah, I was going to say I didn't want to answer it without knowing for sure, but But you know, that's where we were. And again, we do know that you guys provide 67% of it. But again, that's a lot of communities the way it is. I mean, I'd love for the school system to give a little bit more, but you know, they're busy with the things that they're doing, and generally counties are the ones who bear the large brunt of that, and I get that's a burden that counties have to bear. But it is something, you know, living here, that we do have to ask for, and we're well aware that our county provides 67% of that. But again, we like to point out that it's been that same amount since almost 20 years ago.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is to our county manager, James. You know, I think I missed the last meeting because of my wife was sick. But I had asked about the 2.4 million that was kind of moved over to the other budget, and I was told that it automatically goes to the fund balance. That's what I call it, fund balance. And I think I mentioned that I thought it had to be voted on. Excuse me, y'all. Had to be voted on in order to move it to the fund balance. And so, what was the? Did you find out about that, or what is it?
Yes, to my understanding, that money was offset at the end of the audit to balance out the budget for department heads, departments, and all departments within the county to tabulate what that remaining balance is. But no, that wasn't anything that was automatically rolled over to the fund balance.
Okay. The reason why I just had been on the board a while, I probably need somebody to explain that to me, because I thought it had to be voted on. And there was some additional money, because my understanding, all the money that's moved over from other budget is not automatically put into a fund balance. That we already got about $60 or $70 million in it. And I thought that monies like that could be used for, I call it like house cleaning measures, maybe to help out the library board, maybe a community center that need some teachers or some additional function stuff that we should talk about and see where we'll allocate some of that money, if not all that money, back in the community to help the community. And so that's something I would like to look into, because I agree with the library board. They do need some help. We do need to upgrade our library, and moreover, I think that we need to, like we do some of the other, I guess, constitution officers, whatever, we need to go over as a board, as we have been, go into the library, look around, walk around with staff if that's what you want to do, and see exactly firsthand what the needs are. And I'm gonna close on this. Mr. Turner, if somebody asked me, said, when have you seen Mr. Turner? I said, well, I see him once a year with the library board. And I said, well, maybe I see him this year with the library board. And so, but I appreciate your service, because I was way back one little knuckleheaded boy working for the city of Covington. And we thank you for the job that you gave me. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooper.
I just wanted to apologize for those numbers when I said that you didn't do anything, okay? I mean, so grow with us.
I did want to clarify, Commissioner Long, you had asked a question about the numbers that we gave you. I think we were just kind of trying to be creative in some of the stuff we were giving you and showing you. And again, I'm not like trying to beat that horse. We've given those numbers out a few times, and I think we were just kind of trying to give you some different ways of looking at it. So we're always willing to show you those kind of things. Those are things we have all at the ready. This is as transparent a board as you'll get. We'll get you. Like I said, I think we were just kind of trying to like, hey, let's try something new with how we present. Does that make sense?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
It was great package.
Good.
Sometimes I like to compare.
Good. Cool. Y'all get any others?
It's me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know y'all said that the counties don't have the other agency increase in that time period, or we're the only one that hadn't increased since that time period?
They have both increased during that time period, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Melissa, I want to thank you, and I know you and I have had numerous of phone calls, and I do appreciate you. And thank you very much. And thank y'all for what y'all do.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next presentation is economic development.
Hi.
Hi.
Woo. Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. Oh, I like your glasses, Commissioner Henderson. Okay, that's nice. Might go get mine out. Thank y'all so much for adjusting, and I promise you I will not keep you long and keep you here. I had a great news. We had a prospect visit this morning. And so new industry looking in our community. So I've been there during the time period, and I ran here, and so I'm a little out of breath. I'm a little in sneakers, and so we're here. Brian is trying to pull up a link. Brian, it should be the link in that email, and then we're going to go to things. But long story short, for the Office of Economic Development, we are doing as we have done in previous years, very similar. We are asking for the same amount of our appropriation, no changes over time. You all, as the county, provide us $350,000 annually to our budget. And so, again, we're not asking for an increase or a decrease this year. I do want to point your attention, and again, I'm happy to answer other questions, but one of the things that I think you all know, as in the Office of Economic Development, our role and our goal, since it has been since the 50s and when we were created, is to create jobs. Not only jobs, but then also impact the local digest, to be able to increase the ability of you all having taxes and tax funding to be able to come back to you at the end of the day. And not only you, but the municipalities, the school system as well. What you see on the screen is a lot of numbers, but in the number format here is you will see your digest. I have now come to you personally, and I'm very thankful for the role that I serve now for over a decade, but this is kind of a snapshot of about 9 years of our digest. And if you can look at the top, when I began and the digest was around $2.5 billion. Proud to say, and many of you heard this the other day at our breakfast, is that we've now increased the digest over $7 billion. And that is incredible. That job is not done alone or in a vacuum. It absolutely includes you. It includes many other partners, the municipalities, the school system as well, to increase, to make us in a way that we can be effective for growth, to bring in business and industry here. Along those numbers, I also want you to look at the bottom, is that in 2024-25, when you look at the residential, commercial, industrial split, we have actually increased this year the commercial industrial and reducing it on our taxpayers and our residents back. If you remember, from those of you that have been here, I've shared that our peak point was pre-COVID around 2019 and 2020 when it lived around 65 to 25%. That is the goal. We want to increase the overall digest more in that number. I am working right now with Commissioner Brent Bennett as well as Brittany to look at numbers, because those numbers in the commercial industrial split and residential does not include the numbers that come back to you from Stanton Springs. Because it is a partnership and we share those numbers are not necessarily present in this location. So we've had a significant growth in our digest and our industry base, both from commercial and industrial components here. What do we use our funding for? Well, Our funding is used for things like this, what I just went to, recruitment of industries, recruitment of businesses. We purchase it for software, other data points that we review. We use it a lot for workforce development. You all, and thank you for those of you that have attended many activities that we've had, such as career fairs, components of fellowship, externships to get our citizens out there. We use our funding to market our community. We use it on development and maps. We use it in planning and zoning. We sit often with our partners here, both at the county and at the city levels. We use it for new allocations. One of the things that we did this year, or this past cycle, is that we also achieved a new designation for downtown Covington called a rural zone that will help rural entrepreneurs come into this area. If you look around town, you see many businesses, but there's a lot of holes. When you think about the Byrne buildings and the Ramsey buildings, they don't have a lot of tenants, and we want more tenants to come in this pocket, and so now they will be able to receive more tax credit. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer your questions. Again, we just always appreciate your support as the county as a whole, but again, happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. What I wanted to ask you, because we know in Newton County we have a lot of multi-billion-dollar businesses, and I think one time I want to make sure I had mentioned it to the commissioners that I was going to try to get with you, the chamber, and see if we can encourage some of those multi-businesses to help us with our water park. We got a water park over on Turner Lake, and it's going to be beautiful. I mean, it is exactly what the community wants, and I like to see it happen. And so, how could we, if we could, encourage some of those multi-county businesses to invest with us, the Newton County Board of Commissioners, if the board would allow them to help build that park?
Sure, absolutely. One thing that we do in our office, and our board is aware of this, is that we bring in what we call the Newton Executive Connection, and those are leaders from around business leaders such as that you're talking about, our business and industries that come into the community and that talk about activities. Again, they're help building the career fairs, they'll help building education systems, they're looking at projects and things to fund. And so again, I don't want to say yes or I don't want to say no, but it's absolutely something that we can talk about and bring industry back to the table, and that's our relationship back in. So thank you for that. Okay, yes, sir.
Commissioner Cooper.
And I think you and I have spoken, and still would like to do something over in the west side, because, like I say, some of them do not even know we have jobs over here.
That's right.
So we need to, I think we need to have that dialogue and maybe have some I lost my train of thought, but we need to have some over here in order to let them know that we can work over here. We don't have to go to Atlanta or DeKalb when we got some of those same jobs here.
Absolutely. I think that's such a target. I know this is something that not only yourself, Commissioner Cooper, but Commissioner Mason's deep to his heart and thinking about that. Brian and I hate to do this to you. I don't know which slide it is. Can you see the slides across or no? There's a slide that kind of looks like a map and it's orangey. Let's see if we can find it quickly. Yes, keep going backwards. You'll notice that unemployment rate is down. There we go, right there. So this is, no, sorry, the orange map. Yep, that one. So if you notice this map here, this is a map that talks about where talent work and where talent lives. And I think it should really be a target as us as a whole and put a strategy around this together. We have seen this number change, absolutely, that we've seen more residents that not only live in certain areas work, we've seen that number increase, that those that are living in Newton County work in Newton County, but it's still not enough, especially when you see on that bottom section, it says 30016, it has a total of 28,000 potential workers. But then if you look at the top area, it shows only 9,000 people work in Newton County. That's a huge number, right? And I've said it often, and look, we've done a great job. I think you all have done a great job to change that. And that number used to be way different. That used to what used to be about 1,000, and now we're at 9,000. That's different, but we still need to do more because it affects recreation. It affects, pools. It affects going to PTO meetings, HOA meetings. It affects those things all together if they're not working here locally. And that is what the funding that you all provide us is, absolutely strategies and work that we can do. I'd love to, coming up in the new year, we host career fairs at GPTC. I know Commissioner Mason serves on their board, but putting some in satellite areas, doing career opportunities on the west side, doing career opportunities in other places. Those are things that our funding that you provide to us then pay back for. Yes, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you again. Thank you for the time, and thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I know, I might need them. Yeah. And so thank y'all. Hopefully y'all get to wear them soon and get out of here. But again, thank you for your time and your partnership.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll be right here. I'll wait. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think Mr. Brown has something to say.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to say thank you for all attending this work session. As we begin to kick off the budget hearing, we'll be reaching out to y'all to go over the departments as we begin to put that together. So we'll be just continue to move forward. Thank you again.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Okay. Thank you. Let me put that on the record. We have a motion by Commissioner Mason. We had a second by Commissioner Cooper, and that was unanimous to adjourn. Thank you.